All right, I am so excited, everybody. It looks like we are ready to start the Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers Edition any % good ending fast forward category, which is pretty new. Let's hear it from Elkan, everybody. Woo!
Hello, we just got a game over. No kidding.
Fastest run of the marathon.
Just getting back to the main menu here real quick. I'm Railcoon. You can also just call me Ray. I go by they, them, and I'm joined here by two lovely commentators. One of them to my left, I think you've seen before. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm EvilAsh25. I ran this game in RPG Limit Break 2016 with Spike Vegeta.
And
great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming and joining us. And to my right, we've got someone you may have seen before as well, but for a different reason. Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm High Spirits. I've run this game a handful of times, but none of it in a marathon. And I'll be running a game later in this marathon, so you'll see me again.
All right, and this is going to be any % good ending. We've got a couple incentives that we've got going on, especially naming incentives, but I do need to know what Surge's name is going to be.
All right, let me give that one final refresh here. So it looks like the name will be Cardi B, capital C, lowercase A-R-T-Y, capital B.
I believe like that. Cardi B.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Right then, when I hit confirm here, we'll start the timer. So let's count it down. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right. First,
Who do we got?
Oh, Korcha.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, no. We're in trouble.
So the third party member here is completely random, and it can be most of the cast. There's a few characters that can't be here for story reasons. My favorite is Razlie, so I always hope to get Razlie. She doesn't show up very often, but Korcha, nobody likes Korcha. So you'll see the game is speeding up and slowing down. I don't know if it's on the screen, but it should be pretty obvious when I'm toggling it. When I hit R2, it does that. And that's the fast forward portion of the category that we're doing today. This was introduced in the Radical Dreamers Edition. Well, the fact that we can do this in a new game was introduced in Radical Dreamers Edition. This was normally a New Game Plus only feature, but part of that means with the new edition, they just enabled it in new games. And you'll also see in this cutscene, I'm playing with a cutscene upscaler mod. Look how pretty that is, just because it looks nice on stream. We haven't figured out if it affects the timing or not, but it doesn't seem to, and it looks pretty. So we're giving you some nicer cutscenes here today. One of the things we probably get into is random stats. You want to cover that real quick, Ash?
Yeah, so setups in this game have a random chance. They're kind of pseudo-random, but each time, like for our first roll for strength, we're going to get a +1, +2, or +0 on our strength. So a +1 usually happens about 2/3 of the time. A +2 is pretty rare. It's like 3 to 4%. And a +0 is going to be the other about 1/3 of the time. So we don't want to see any +0s because strength in this game is extremely important, as well as some magic on some key characters.
Yeah, we're going to get +0s. The way it's generally made up is that the higher your strength, the lower chance that you get a strength up, and the lower your strength, the higher chance. So it does kind of even out most of the time. But there's breakpoints at certain points in the game where we want to have certain amounts of strength. Or we could just not buy things. That's we got to buy 2 fireballs here because that's going to make this intro section a little bit easier. That's allocate, not use. We're just got some jitters. It's fine. And we're going to equip a fireball. Then we need to change our customization so that we choose the attacks that we want. The game has an automatically uses the 1, 2, or 3 attacks. It's not good. We don't want to do that. So you want to cover the light, medium, fierce, what we call 1, 2, 3s real quick.
Yeah, so the way the attacks work here, we got a stamina system where we got 7 stamina to spend, and you can spend it by using a 1 attack, a 2 attack, a 3 attack. Each of those have a varying percentage, as you can see on the screen there, as whether they'll hit or not. Those are very true percentages, actually, even though it doesn't feel like it a lot of the time.
Korcha luck. I'll just blame that first one on Korcha.
Yeah.
So a lot of the run does involve, especially early on hitting those percentage shots and killing the enemies quickly.
No feather. But we did get fangs out of that, which is something we need in this whole area. There's like a list of items we need out of this first area. We need, don't need, but we'd prefer to have at least one humor, which we can get from this fight. We need at least one fang, and we need at least one feather. The feather is a rare drop, so if we don't get it, thankfully there is a backup chest for it right afterwards. It's just a little bit of a detour. So for all of the fights of the Komodo pups, we're looking in the post-battle to see if we get the feather. There's a humor from the beach bum. I just go for that. You can time it so you don't get that fight, but since we need at least one humor, and the humor is a rare drop, a rare formation. Hello, you want to move? Okay, and of course. Oh, and I missed.
That fast forward is not easy to run.
This beginning section has these 3 Komodos that you're supposed to try to catch by different various means. This one, the first one you had to block with a rock. This one you have to jump on from above.
Yeah, I usually try to use fast forward to speed it up, but it can be a little risky because it makes it harder to actually land the jump. Please. Surge is not doing well with his accuracy today. It's fine. The general rule is the more scuffed the start of your run is, you have a better chance at an end run. I've never had like an incredible start of a run that had an incredible end. So like if one of the half is going to be scuffed, I'll take the first half, you know?
RNG tends to balance itself out in this game.
This chase on fast forward is just silly. I'm telling you that.
Ideally, you want to catch that pup before it drops down again, because now I have to go all the way around, but it's fine. And this is important. We're killing the second pup with a fireball, even though it's a longer animation, because if you look in the very top left of the screen, there's the field effect. Those are colors. They start with a certain number of colors on the screen, and it's static at the beginning of most fights. But when you use an element, it pushes the innermost one.
Wow!
And the colors on the field affect the power of elements and characters. Each character has an innate element. So Surge is white. But by putting that red on the field, this fireball will do a little more extra damage. And normally this fight is just 2-2-2 fireball, and it dies. But Surge is not feeling accurate today.
75% indeed, huh?
No strength up, no feather. Oh boy. So not the best start, but again, it's fine. We've got backups for this whole early section.
Yeah, the 3 items we're looking for is for a crafting system that is in this game that's going to get us a little bit better weapons when we get to another town a little bit later on.
Yeah, it'll allow us to essentially skip a tier of weapons for the next section of the game, which really makes it go a lot faster.
Yeah, and unfortunately, one of the themes in this game is being mean to your friends is faster. So Lena's trying to talk emotionally about us and about our future, and she asks, do you think we'll remember this day someday?
No.
It's faster to say no. But because the text is so fast on fast forward, what I do is I just hit down and then confirm. If I get it, it saves like a text box, but it's not worth like slowing down to make sure you get it when the text is moving that fast. To give a context, the traditional speedrun on PlayStation, good times were just under 7 hours, around 6:40s or so.
Yeah.
On Radical Dreamers Edition, if you're playing the normal one, just under 6 hours is a really good time. And with the fast forward, we can drop that down to around 4 or under 4 hours. Just because you can't live the entire time with fast forward on. There's certain things where you need to turn it off for safety. There's certain strats that are just way too hard to do with fast forward on. So we're going to have fast forward on for most of the time, but not the entire time. And part of the trying to go fast here is learning the difficult things to keep fast forward on for longer. So since we didn't get the feather, we need to detour for the chest here on our way back. For the very brief story overview, Chrono Trigger was about people from different times meeting and their worlds colliding and what happens then. Chrono Cross is about people from different, like entirely timelines, like alternate universes meeting and how that can affect things. So now we are in the alternate universe where when Surge was a kid, he did not survive being attacked by a panther. So we're going back to talk to Lena and she's not going to remember us, and that's going to kick the whole story into motion. But while we're doing that, we're going to be coming up on Kid's name pretty soon. So I'd say when we leave the village, actually when we start the fight is probably when we should cut it off. But until then, if you've got a couple quick donations over there, Deeds.
I sure do. First off, we have $25 from Mike saying, gotta save kid. We also have $100 from Taco Nexus going towards naming Harley to Best Girl. So I don't know if we've got Best Girl bids going on. I would love to hear from chat who you think is Best Girl. So give me your donations and tell me. We also have $25 from Cartridge Blower saying, hey best friends, here to donate to a great cause. Nami is amazing. Nami is amazing, you guys.
It's Kid.
There's Kid.
So this fight is interesting. We fight Salt and Pepper a lot in this game. And for most of the time, they're tutorial fights. And if you go in and you look at the memory, until their tutorial is done, they all have about 10,000 health. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to defend. Because until Salt takes his turn and gives us the tutorial, there's no point in doing any damage. And Salt went pretty early, thankfully. So now after this, they'll have their normal health values and we can do the fight. If we had gotten the strength up with Surge, we'd be paying attention to the damage that Kid does with her 2 and the Magma Bomb, because that can tell us whether or not she also got stat ups. It doesn't look like she did. Oh, Surge,
Wow.
Please behave, Surge.
Yeah, some early misses in this fight can really kind of fall apart pretty quickly because you have 3 enemies and they're all taking their turn.
Yeah.
Taking a lot of time.
The faster you can eliminate some of them, the easier it tends to go because it's just not getting interrupted. And one of the things is as you land attacks, your accuracy goes up. But if you get attacked, even if it misses, it resets your accuracy. So that's something we're going to be looking out throughout this game. Like if we're trying to land a string of attacks and an enemy interrupts it, we don't want that character to get attacked because then it'll make them have default accuracy again. Stop hitting Surge, please. It's not the end of the world if he dies in this fight, but it's a missed opportunity getting strength, which is not fun. Okay, we got the strength up, we got all the drops, we're good.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna need Kid's name here.
All right, so it looks like the winner is Jerry Kandra, spelled capital J, lowercase E-R-I-K-A-N-D-R-A.
Oops. I believe this is the spelling. Correct me if I'm wrong.
J-E-R-I-K-A-N-D-R-A, correct?
Okay. So Kid is now Jarek Kandra, and we have to do the hardest skip in the game of saying no to Jarek Kandra 3 times. Because she wants to join the party. But if she joins the party, we don't get Lena. And that's really bad. There are some runs in the JRTA community where they're routed around like getting Kid and having to do Fort Dragonia without Lena, but it's hard. And technically, if you got amazing luck, accepting Kid here is faster, but you would need like perfect stat ups. Everything would need to go really well in the early game and you'd be resetting a lot. I also need Lena's name here.
Lena's name is Izala. A-I-Z-A-L-A. Izala.
I know that name.
We sure do. He's a community member.
Right, and then we get Poshel joining, and I don't think we had Poshel as a naming incentive, so Poshel can stay Poshel. Poshel is adorable. And we're going to go into the menu, and we're going to take this iron vest that dropped, ivory vest that dropped. It's actually technically worse than what Poshel was wearing, but we need to disassemble that. So Poshel is only going to be in our party for 1 fight, so we're taking her armor, the RPG tradition, and we're going to use that to make some better weapons coming up pretty soon. And I'm also putting Poshel in front, not just because she's adorable and I love the sound that she makes, but it is actually just like a fraction of a second faster. Because on this Salt and Pepper fight, we get another tutorial, and they give half of a tutorial, and then after your first action, they give the other half. So our first action is going to be defending with Poshel, so that then afterwards, the icon's already on Cardi B, who's going to be taking the first action afterwards. So it just saves having to select which character we want to use. Also, just listen to the sounds that Poshel makes in combat. They're adorable. Nice crit, Surge. One of the unfortunate things about Pashal and why we can't really use her, even though her strength is very high, is if you watch as Surge uses stamina, Pashal doesn't get the full amount back. She gets 0.9 stamina for every stamina that everybody else uses. So over the course of a long fight, it means she's stamina negative, and all of the characters that we kind of rely on either tend to be stamina neutral or stamina positive. So she's a pretty powerful character early on, but it just makes the routing a little too difficult since you have to throw in extra defense and other things. So in this city, there is a drop that's kind of hidden behind a staircase. It's called the Profiteer's Purse. And what it normally does is when you equip it, you get more money after battles, which is all right, but we don't really have money problems with this route. And if we take it to the forge and we disassemble it, then we can get 2 iron, which is way sooner than you're supposed to have iron. What's 7 strength for Kid? That's not too bad. So we're going to grab the Profiteer's Purse. We're going to disassemble it. We got 1 humor from the Beach Bums in Blizzard Rock. And then we're going to disassemble that ivory vest we took from Pashal for another humor and use that to make a iron swallow and an iron dagger for Surge and Kid, which is just going to make the first dungeon way faster. It's incredible how much faster this goes.
Yeah, and this is also another minor change they made to this version. This iron swallow actually used to be called a steel swallow in the PlayStation 1 version, and they renamed it to match all the other iron equipment at this level, like the iron dagger.
We're also going to take that ivory helmet that we got and put that on Surge. I put Kid in the wrong place in the party, but I can fix that when we get PR. There's technically 3 people you can recruit to get into the manor, and PR is the worst character, but his route into the manor is the fastest. So we don't really need a 3rd character at this point. Surge and Kid can solo the dungeon, so won't duo the dungeon.
So how much strength is he going to have?
I'm guessing 3, which is his minimum.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
No, it just lags sometimes when you open that menu.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Wow.
It depends. It changes from hardware to hardware. That's pretty bad. All right, so what I'm going to do is, we're not naming Pierre. That would not be good to name Pierre. We're going to switch Kid and then put Pierre.
3.
Yeah, 3. That's the lowest he can get. Pierre is kind of a joke character. There's a whole set of equipment that you can get called the Heroes set, where you need the Hero's Medal, the Hero's Armor, and the Hero's Sword. And then it boosts his stats a lot, but it still doesn't make him good. So now we're going to find Ketchup, who is probably the favorite enemy. He's going to yell some very interesting things in the battle. Chat, you know what it's going to be. Just join in chat, you know? Have some fun yelling sauce and tomato. We actually put Pierre in front for a reason. Do you want to cover that real quick?
Yeah, so in this next fight coming up, there's some more scripted things that are going to happen with the catch-up fight, in that he's going to kill, or attempt to kill, the character in the lead. Normally that is Surge, but we need Surge to get through the fight quickly. So we put Pierre in the lead, so Pierre's going to take one for the team for us.
Hopefully.
Yeah, if Ketchup misses 3 times, then he gives up, and then they cast Cure Plus instead of a Revive. It's just longer animations. Tomato. Nice first hit. Sauce. Tomato. Surge, you really need to stop, Surge. All right, so I'm just gonna attack with Kid. Because normally we'd defend with Kid there anyway, but since Surge missed, I'll just attack. And that should phase. It might be short a little bit. Yeah, because Surge's strength is not good. Really? You're still not phased? Okay.
Yeah, I think you attacked before they finished the cutscene stuff.
Did I?
Yeah. Yeah.
That,
yeah.
That I was not paying enough attention. Yep, you're right.
Should be alright, just a few extra turns.
Yeah.
There. As long as Surge doesn't miss.
There we go.
There we go. So thankfully, he's going to take out... Oh, he's going to take out our friends here, Salt and
How
Pepper.
did Salt get a turn?
Yeah, that happens very occasionally when the AP lines up.
Oh, Pierre took one for the team again.
Yep.
And it lines up that Ketchup's AP is a little bit weird after that, so you can just defend for stamina and you're fine. All right, there's Ketchup. Please get a strength up, Surge.
That dramatic falling over.
Because we're at 10 strength. It's not good.
Still 10?
Yeah.
11.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's a couple forced encounters coming up, and at some point we need to heal Pierre. If he survives any of the forced encounters, we can heal him in the post-battle menu. But if he doesn't, then we're gonna have to menu to do it. So it's just, we're not gonna heal him, hope he survives the fight, and then we can heal him in the post-battle. But we got a bit of a slower section coming up. We gotta feed some dragons and then open a door and do some stuff. So if you got some donations, now is a good time.
I do have some donations to read. First of all, we have $125 from My Hero Zero, saying Chrono Cross holds such a special place in my heart, so I wanted to get a big donation in during the run. Thank you to everyone that makes RPG Limit Break such a wonderful event. You know, actually, who makes RPG Limit Break a wonderful event is you, the donors. So thank you so much for donating.
I was trying to make that faster with fast forward, but I derped it up a little bit. It's fine. It was still probably about at par with doing it without fast forward. What? How did I open the menu? Oh, I hit confirm on the save point. So there's a thing you can do here called guard skip. I'm not going for it. It is a frame perfect trick, and even if you use the best turbo available, it's a 50-50 on if you get it. So we're just gonna go without.
Yeah, you lose less time using fast forward anyway, so
Mhm.
it makes it less worth it.
All right. I think what we're gonna do is 222 magma bomb here. That should kill all three. The last one might survive. Okay, there we go.
Nice.
Just depending on the misses and the damage we get and crits, sometimes they'll magma bomb that fight just because it's nice. Did we heal? That should have healed Pierre because he was lowest health, but I did not hit the correct option. We'll see after this fight if he got healed, because we have another required fight here. But chat, there is a guessing game coming up. There's going to be 2 random numbers between 1 and 9. Low numbers are good, high numbers are bad, and they can be duplicates. 1-1 is the best, but extremely rare. 9-9 is the worst, but also extremely rare. You'll see a 1-2 or an 8-9 more often than the 1-1 or 9-9. I don't know why. It seems to be weighted to not produce duplicate numbers as often. So get your guesses in chat. What do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be good luck, bad luck, middling luck?
I'm seeing some interesting numbers here. 6-7, 4-7, 3-8, 6-9, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Ooh, lots of 42s.
42? Okay. That'd be pretty good. Because for each number, we have to watch a statue spin. And on fast forward, that's not as bad, but the 9-9 is still wastes quite a bit of time. So we're going to grab this Dragoon's Honor. That increases our accuracy, gives us a little bit of magic, not super relevant. It will be in a few places, and it also gives us basically +1 strength. And here's the numbers. 6-5. Slightly worse than average. Help me remember that. 6-5.
6-5.
6-5. Best password in the game. Just stand there.
I hesitated there for a second because we want Pierre in front. And you can't really tell that I switched them because they're all wearing the same disguise.
Yeah, so you can use the select button in this game to switch the order your party. It's actually required for a puzzle later that we'll get to that stumped a lot of casual people playing this game.
You know, no one in chat said 6-5, so...
Wow. I think the 6-9 would technically be winning on the Price is Right rules. Didn't go over. But right here, we're going to introduce the color system. So we picked up a turn yellow at the start. Pierre, can you please be a little bit useful? We're going to use this turn yellow on Surge because these enemies are green. And if you look at that little yellow triangle on Surge's thing at the bottom, sorry, Cardi B's thing on the bottom, then that means if we select Cardi B, he is both white innate and also yellow. And since yellow and green are opposites, then Cardi B will do more damage to green enemies, but he'll also take a little bit more from green enemies. So it's kind of a dual-edged thing. We take advantage of changing colors a lot to change the damage that enemies take, because generally we can kill things so quickly that it's not as risky.
Yeah, there's a lot of math that goes into it, as well as the field, the colors of the field, and the opposite colors that we try to manipulate as well for the battles.
And since the turn element puts that color on the field, it also buffs them a little bit more because it turns Surge yellow and then puts a yellow element on the field, which buffs yellow characters. Oh, come on. You're supposed to hug the top of the hallway here. I was holding up, but apparently not steep enough of an angle. If you walk in the center of this hallway, you get this encounter. It's fine. And this is my favorite little trivia moment, is this chest in here. If you go on to GameFAQs, pretty much all of the guides will tell you can't get this right now. But if you try to open it 20 times, then Karsh gives up unless you have it. And this is a Dragoon's Gauntlet, which is +3 strength, which is incredible at this point. But also, like, the gauntlets are useful the entire game. So getting it as early as we can is super useful. It was 6-5, right?
Yep. 6-5.
Well, I'm looking at the front. So you see that long animation. All right, so we're going to get a little bit of a lore dump here, and this is probably another opportunity for a couple quick donations before Marcy.
Oh, sorry. Guys, I thought I pressed the talk button, and I totally did not press the talk button. So here I am now. I just want to plug Saving Kid for everybody because we still have not met that incentive. And let me tell you, 4 hours is going to go by in the blink of an eye, and it'll be too late. So we need to raise $1,500, and we're only at $690 right now. So get those donations in to Save Kid. Also coming up, if you want to name Glenn, now's your opportunity to donate before it's too late.
So Marcy's fight here is one of the actually more dangerous fights early in the game, because once she gets down into critical health, she'll start casting really damaging elements, including Ice Blast, which can freeze your party members. So the Ice Blast will come actually after, thanks Briere, will come after this Cat's Cradle. So if the damage works out, we
missed a little bit,
okay.
So I'm actually defending here.
He took a safe strat here where he didn't knock her HP down too much, where she's hunched down like that, and let her take a turn so we won't get the Ice Blasts, because the Ice Blasts are pretty dangerous. So speaking of Ice Blast, the drop on her fight, the combat drop,
you mention it?
Is an Ice Blast, so we will hope to see it here.
Okay.
There it is. All right.
Oh, I was waiting until after the fight to say anything, and you mentioned it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of boss fights in this game where we are expecting certain things to drop, but occasionally a rare item drops that can really cause some problems. But there's some fights too that if we can get the rare drop, it's a bonus. Makes things a bit easier.
Her rare drop is an iron, which is not very useful given that we already have iron weapons.
Yeah, so Ice Blast is a level 4 element, which at this stage of the game is actually extremely powerful.
Smallest button in the world.
The hitbox on that button is absurdly small. I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to not menu. I'm going to hope Pierre survives. If he doesn't, I need to menu afterwards. Surge, behave. Okay, that's behaving. Thank you.
Just staying at +0, that's all.
Okay, Pierre survived. And coming up on this next fight, we need to keep track pretty carefully. I didn't hit the right button. We need to keep track pretty carefully of what happens, whether we miss or we crit. Because again, there's a health-based trigger, and this trigger is using a Nostrum, which is a pretty powerful healing element, but it'll also put a black element on the field, which isn't the greatest, so we're trying to skip that. And what we're looking for is if Surge misses, that's -1. If he crits, it's +1. So if you hear me talk about what the count is while I'm kind of reading my notes, I'm just keeping track of the count, similar to like what a blackjack card counter would do, where you see a high number that reduces 1 from the count, you see a low number, it adds 1 to the count kind of thing. You just keep track of the running count. -2, good. You want to talk about why I'm waiting there like that, Ash?
Okay, so so there's a lot of intricacies for this, the way the battle system works here, in that you can, it's called stamina pushing attacks. So you can queue up 2 attacks at a time before the enemy will take a turn if they're due for an attack during any of that stamina spent. So in these cases, you're seeing them do these 3 threes, and sometimes also pausing before doing it. So in those cases, what he's doing is, so he does a 1, he pauses, and then he waits for it to finish, and then he can do the 3-3 as a combo. And so then Lynx will not take his turn until after that 3-3 concludes.
Power Glove.
That's fine.
Yep. Wow.
Miss. Miss. Okay. Using the dash and slash, this won't kill, but the Lynx will counterattack with anti-white here.
And you get your stamina.
And I got my
refresh back.
stamina refresh, yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, I couldn't avoid it. We just missed too many times, unfortunately. It's dangerous because Surge is low health as well. Okay, yeah, attacking Kid is good. Cut it out, Surge.
Surge is making things exciting right now.
Yeah, keep attacking Kid. I'm fine with that. That was a very unlucky fight.
Yeah. That corporate curse is
I'm getting
following.
ready to split.
Yeah.
Oh, we got +2 strength. Okay, I'll take it.
Good.
Very nice, very nice.
Power Glove was the rare draw steal, right?
Yeah, that's a rare steal. We prefer to have a magic ring. It's not the end of the world. It just means that effectively the magic stat on Lena is -1. Unless I get another magic ring. There's a couple other places you can get them on rare drops or a Skyjin ring or something like that. It just means that not having that ring, I just need to remember Lena's magic is -1 magic from whatever we're used to it being. So we've got a kind of a long section here. Surge is gonna get told that he's the Chrono Trigger by Lynx.
They say the name.
They say the thing.
They say it.
And then we're gonna have a story dump, and then we gotta recruit Glenn and do some shopping. It's a long section. So if you got plugging to do, like, hey, we should save Kid at the end of the run, or donations, or if you want to talk about the charity, now is a great time for it.
Oh boy, chat is donating. It is so exciting. First of all, we have $49 from Rango Fett saying, donating $1 for how far off I was at the guessing game. I guessed 1-6, and the right answer was 65. So thank you so much for your $49.
Right, here it comes, 1 second.
Oh.
He's gonna say the thing. It's important.
Here it comes.
It's gonna be really fast. You gotta catch it
Yeah.
quick.
He's gonna walk forward dramatically. The Chrono Trigger. All right, keep going.
All right. So we have $10 from Xcodes saying, even if you don't think she's best girl, you know we still gotta save Kid. So thank you for your $10 towards saving Kid.
What did I?
And from Mega Man X306 saying, let's start a thing here. Favorite and or best girl of this game. Mine would be Nikki, best rock concert ever in an RPG. I agree.
Razzly. It's gotta be Razzly. I'm biased.
How about Orla?
I'll go for Irene's. I'll take Irene.
Irene's is good.
Well, Cece donated $10.60 saying, best girl is definitely Marcy. Anyone can cure amnesia by slapping you in the face. Has to be best girl. Let's save Kid, everyone.
So to explain the save kid thing, because I don't think we've fully explained it, is that I've said, being mean to our friends is the fastest way. We're going to do that right here with Kid. She got poisoned by Lynx by really rare poison. There's a whole optional dungeon we can go to save her, but that's an optional dungeon. And also, then we wouldn't get Glenn, which is really bad. So we're just going to not do that. And repeatedly throughout this entire game, we just abandon Kid. And at the end of the game, Kid's going to be in a coma. And getting her out of the coma is optional. So if you don't get money in for us to save Kid, she's just going to be out of the count when we finish the game, even though it's the good ending. So
Just going to have to keep being mean.
yeah, it's in your hands, chat.
Yeah. Be mean or be nice to Kid.
But yeah, you still have plenty of time for plugs here.
Excellent. I have $100 from Kylok. I hope I said your name right. Had to donate during Chrono Cross, my favorite RPG ever. Good luck to the runner. And also $25 from Some Diener saying, give some love for Chrono Cross. Great run, great runner, great commentary. Let's save Kid.
Big deal, Diener.
Thanks, Dinner.
And also $10 from Mr. Mike 4448 saying, RPGs were such a big part of my childhood, so I'm always glad to kick back and watch some comfy runs. Good luck to all the runners.
So just a quick note on all these text sections. Chrono Cross is nice because there's 2 confirm buttons. So what I'm actually doing is I'm alternating L1 and X on my PlayStation controller. And if you do that in a good rhythm, you can do it relatively slow and still advance the text pretty quickly. This version is also built on top of the Japanese version of the game, so there's the text box is clear a bit faster. You don't have to hold down the button to make it advance faster. And the post-battle screens go a little bit faster as well. So just a bit of quality of life since they built this version on the Japanese version. But we still have more time if you've got more.
Poshel and Fast Forward looks so adorable.
Poshel's so cute. I put her in the front there just because I like how she looks in the front of the book.
Yeah.
We are coming up on Glenn, so if we have not closed the Glenn's name, we should probably close that here.
Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, the little sound that Poshel makes.
So doing a little shopping trip here, we're going to basically set ourselves up all the way through the fort, Dragonia. So we're going to buy a lot of elements, including curing elements and attack elements we're going to be using throughout these next sections.
I think I got everything. I've been looking at my notes just to make sure. I bought 2 Bush Bashers this time. In practice, I only bought 1. But my stats were absolutely ridiculous that run, so it didn't actually matter.
So we're going to also forge 2 more weapons, an iron weapon for both Glenn and Lena. So one other bonus for weapons, the way they work, in that not only do they give you more strength, they also give you better accuracy. And that's very key for coming up here because, especially for Lena, she has some key moments where she has to hit some just single ones, but it's a 96%.
Let's just say accuracy period in this run so far.
Yeah.
We could use some more.
Yeah.
Also, the iron ladle just makes a fantastic sound when she clanks people with it. You'll hear it.
It does.
But yeah, we still have plenty on this kind of lull if you've got more over there, Deeds.
I sure do. We have
so much.
$10 from Edward Malice saying, enjoying the commentary and plot explanations. I never got to play this game. Love RPG Limit Break. And we also have $10 from Chibi Scala saying, good luck, Ray.
Thank you very much. Let's see what Glenn's strength is. He's been eating his Wheaties. All right, what's Glenn's name?
Let me do one final refresh on this. It looks like Glenn's name is Ronin. Ooh, that by $1.10. Ronin.
So we're not going with the not frog.
No, Frog and not Frog did not win, unfortunately. No, I like Ronin too.
17 strength. That's very good for Glenn.
Yeah,
Okay.
very good.
Very nice.
We let Matcha join the party just because she does a really long animation if you say no to her. So it's faster to let her join the party and then just immediately kick her out than it is to say no and watch her go all the way to the end of the pier and then swim away.
Yeah, she just swims back to the island. It's just, oh, here's my boat.
Yeah, it's going to do that every time I open the item menu, by the way. 11 magic
boy.
on Lena.
And -1 too.
Yeah, so that's
Nice.
10 magic effectively because we don't have the magic ring. All right, Lena, you just need to get some magic ups. It's fine.
Yeah, nothing.
So the way magic works with stat ups is Lena, she starts with 9 magic, and she has about a 40% chance each star level to gain 1 magic. So that means she only gained 2 throughout all these star levels that we've gotten.
Was
up
it
to
like
this
7
point.
star levels? 6 or 7 so
I
far?
believe so, yeah, 7.
Yeah. It's a lot of coin flips.
So we're getting ourselves ready here for the upcoming Ghost Ship segment, getting all the equips. Navigating these element menus are actually kind of fun once you optimize them a bit, because you can organize the way they are listed, as well as going back and forth, jumping between the levels. It's still pretty difficult because the menu itself is still a little bit
Yeah.
laggy.
Yeah, you can definitely input faster than it wants you to input, which is why I keep shaking my head there because I keep just pressing the button a hair too fast.
Yep.
So then it eats my input. I do have the power glove, so just take the power glove surge. That's fine. And then Lena's going to take the ladle, the copper mail, and the ivory helmet because she's very squishy at this point, and she's in danger in a few of these fights. So we just give her some extra defense. I didn't look at what my money was after the shopping. We should be all right though. I unequipped the iron dagger. So
Yeah.
what was that?
I was
High
just gonna
spirits?
say, there's only really one point in the run where money can be a little tight, and but Ray can kind of finagle that and fix that on this ship, unless they get really good luck and then they have to take a little bit extra fight to make up for it.
We can also sell some panaceas if we're low. So chat, should predict 1, 2, or 3. 1 is good, 3 is bad, 2's fine. And if you really hate me, then 4, because that means I made a mistake. But it should normally be 1, 2, or 3. Make your predictions in chat. Which one do you think it's going to be? How lucky are we going to be here?
So this fight with Polly is why we put all the defense equipment on Lena here, because Lena, it's very easy for her to die if she's targeted by this flap. He got off the ice blast first, so we're pretty good shape here for damage.
Oh, crit. Nice.
Ooh, nice.
So yeah, one thing about this game is every enemy has a starting AP value, and Polly happens that can have, I think, a 15, up to 15 action or AP before it can act.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
So there's like the fight you can get through with like one attack, if sometimes no attacks.
If you're
if you get
extremely
really
lucky.
lucky.
Yeah.
Aw, chat's being mean. I'm seeing so many 3s.
So Fargo is a blue character, so his opposite element is red. So we're going to strengthen because it'll make Surge stronger, but we'll also put a red on the field. Then we're going to turn red on Surge, again making him stronger because there's now 2 reds on the field. And then Fargo, his first turn, he's going to be really helpful. His second turn, he's going to cast Strengthen on himself, which maybe normally that's threatening, but why is that green?
You hit Eagle Eye instead.
Oh, I eagle-eyed.
You missed the down input.
Okay, that's fine. So I just need to do a little bit extra damage here then, because we don't have the full red field. Because what we're going to do, the reason why Glenn is so important is this element right here, the callback to Chrono Trigger X Strike.
I mean, you are the Chrono Trigger.
Still not enough damage because the red field makes such a big difference. It's fine. We can finish. Yeah,
There we go.
him off with just a little bit of chip damage.
So we got here 16, 18, and 12.
Well, it's 11.
Yeah.
No magic ring.
Yep. Those magics up for Lena is going to be extremely important coming up here in this next section. So we want to get up to like 14 for the fort, but it's going to be difficult to get all those.
Look how nice that cutscene is with the upscaled mod. But one of the things, we're going to be talking about strength numbers and magic numbers. Things that sound like, wow, Lena's magic is bad. But each point of magic is way more valuable in the calculations than each point of strength is. And on average, your characters are going to wind up with way higher strength than magic, and that's fine. We have in an upcoming dungeon, which is the whole reason why we have Lena in the party. This is a forced encounter we can just run away from. That happened earlier as well, we just didn't mention it. But there's a whole section later on, upcoming, where her magic is very relevant. So we're just keeping track of it to try and be sure we can pick the right strats. I always run into that guy on fast forward, so I'm just not. Oh, this door.
These
door
doors
boss.
are very hard to get.
Hardest
open.
door
Yeah.
in the game.
All right, I'm gonna try the ghost dance. We're gonna try it. You want to explain it while I'm going for it?
Yeah, so he's going to try to move around this ghost and talk to this pirate here a couple times to trigger him moving out of the way. And then also bait the ghost in the corner here. And then get around, and very nicely done.
Because you have to get the pirate out of the way and then talk to this pirate to enable the ability to get the key. He stopped at not a great spot. Ooh, door!
Ooh, the doors.
Yeah, so doors really are like the true boss of this game. They're so difficult to get in, especially if you're trying with like any kind of fast forward. Even on regular speed, they're difficult. So you got the door open that time, so we should enter once we exit this
I
battle.
forgot to turn off fast forward after the
yeah.
battle.
Yeah.
So I got it, just didn't get in the door fast enough.
Yeah.
So there's 3 pirates we have to go to, and they're all being attacked, and they all have a chance of having the key. So it's 1, 2, 3. I like to do this pirate first, because if it's first key, you can just get the chest and run away. Because we do need to get a chest, which is guarded by the second fight, because it has Panacea in it. Panacea is the Azuna of this game. It just clears... Surge, come on. It clears pretty much all status effects. It's very useful, but it also is a white element. So there's a couple points where using it for the white element is also just very useful.
And when Ray runs away, it is guaranteed to happen in this game. There is no percentage chance that you'll fail to run. It is 100%.
And you can run away from bosses, every boss, including the final boss. Some bosses don't let you menu afterwards, but you can run away from all bosses.
Nope.
Okay, not first key.
Not first.
Some people go for this key first, the second one, because if you get lucky, then you don't have to backtrack. But if it's not this one, then you have to backtrack. So I just go for this order, because if it is the first key, you can open the chest before this battle starts, and then run away, and then get out of there.
Kind of run your preference, because these ghosts actually give you more gold too. So in case you are tight on money and you get first try key, there's a better chance you'll have enough for the upcoming element buy we have to do.
All right.
So number 2, there we go.
There you
Number 2.
Generally, you want 1 or 2. The third key is the one that really wastes time, but if it's 1 or 2, you're not losing too much time. That's one of the changes they made in this version, is some of the enemy AI is different. This guy likes to just stare at you. It's very troll. He doesn't do that in the PlayStation version, and it can catch you off guard. All right, behave, behave, behave. Nice.
Very nice. Yeah.
Those 2 enemies just like to charge forward, but they delay between their charges a random amount every time, so they can get you. They can get you in the schmix-up, or they can behave like they just did.
Yeah. That section, even on regular speed, is difficult to get through cleanly, so that was well done.
We already scrolled down. Okay. This is, I think, our last forced encounter that we can just run away from. And we got the single Wraith, which if we were short on gold, we could just kill this guy. Because that'd be like 750 gold. It's kind of the option select on your gold routing, where if you're short and you get that one, just kill it.
Yep.
And this boss coming up is going to introduce the fine JRPG tradition of a boss that is undead, and we're going to cast healing spells on it because, hey, it works.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you cannot cast revive spells on enemies in this game.
Yeah. You can't even like do the elixir glitch from Chrono Trigger to target them or anything like that. And there is no item revive, so it's just the element. The fact that we have 1 revive is actually very nice, because there's only 3 in the game, and the other 2 are really far out of the way. So it just kind of works out that we're able to get 1 of them with a very small detour, and it's very nice.
Go. You cured him from 97.
And the boss just used Diminish, which is one of the more powerful elements in the game. we're going to buy a Diminish ourselves. Why don't you explain? I just cured Surge. Why don't you explain what Diminish does?
Yeah, so the Diminish, there's two elements we're going to buy here, Diminish and Magnify. So Diminish, what it does is it reduces all element damage by half, whereas Magnify multiplies the element damage by 1.5. So that includes all elements, whether they're physical or magical elements, or your techs. So the way the game works, though, is that whichever one is cast first takes effect for the whole battle, and the following one, if you say cast Magnify after Diminish, the Magnify won't do anything. Everything will be 50% nerfed for elements for the whole battle. So that will come into play much later on in the run. But these two elements you just bought are going to be very key here for these upcoming sections.
Yeah, we have to run through some fire here so we didn't heal after the battle, because there's a whole side quest you can do to freeze the lava, but you don't have to do it, and just running through it damages you a little bit, but we have enough healing. That's fine. So we're going to shuffle some stuff around because we're going to make Glenn our damage dealer here through this section.
Yeah, so Glenn is a green innate character. We're going to be fighting Salt and Pepor here, which are both yellow innates. So since Glenn is already green, the opposite color, he's already going to be doing more damage to them. So we're making use of that, as well as in a couple fights later, there will also be another yellow element character that will be doing extra damage with.
I was looking at the wrong section of my notes. I was like, what am I doing? Then we want to give Surge the revive, take off the cure, then Eagle Eye, turn blue, and then Genius.
Yeah, so you might see these -3s or plus on these elements, like that Fireball +2. The way that works is it only affects attack elements. So like a Fireball is an attack element. The level in the grid that it's in is going to add damage to it. So if you put it up higher in the grid, it's going to do more damage. But the Strengthen and Eagle Eye elements, which we use quite a lot in this run, actually it does not affect where they are in your element grid. So we put them at the very lowest level, level 1, so we can cast them as quick as possible, and it doesn't affect, how strong or how long they last. It's always the same.
Right, get your W's in chat. Unfortunately, they changed it in this version as WH instead of W's, but you can still get your W's in chat. One thing to note with that, with what Ash just explained, what?
What?
What did you just say? And then they get mad and attacks. Oh, nice crit. Okay. But one thing is that elements have a plus-minus value on them if you look very closely. It's how many levels above their base element, how many levels below you can equip them. And a lot of the ones we use the most have like +/-7, so we can put them on pretty much any level.
Yeah.
No crit. It's fine. Lena's magic is not good, so this is not going to kill. Oh, might still kill. Okay.
Yeah, Pepper helped us out there because he'll
Yeah.
hit Salt for us quite a few times in that crit. It'll
Yeah,
make a
and
difference.
Glenn's strength is pretty good as well, so.
So yeah, you see we had the full green field there. Glenn was attacking with 3/3s. He did a ton of damage there to Pepor.
Okay, that's fine. We got both of the iron drops. I honestly, it's so much safer in a marathon setting to have the armor there instead of like the Skygen ring. Like having low magic is going to be annoying, but we can handle that. No, it's fine as long as I don't move. We can equip that.
Yeah. We're prepping here for the Fire Dragon fight here. It's another actually quite difficult early fight, especially in the speedrun, because if you get some bad turnover or bad luck, the fight can really linger on, and the Fire Dragon can kill your party members, especially Lena being a blue innate.
Yeah, it's also scary because this is one of the only fights where if you run away, it doesn't let you menu. It just instantly throws you back into the fight. So if I'd actually forgotten to equip the armor there, it would have been much scarier of a fight than it normally is.
So this fight is pretty similar to the last. We're buffing up Glenn here, and we're also putting blue elements on the field. So number one, knock off the red elements, but also make Glenn do more damage here, which he just did to the Fire Dragon since now he turned blue.
Survive.
Oh,
Ow.
Lena survived, which is good.
It hurts, but she survived.
Sometimes she gets really bad health rolls, and
Unless she dies, you're usually not that low health where she's going to die, but it can be scary.
So Lena's magic does start mattering here in this fight, in that the lower damage does extend the fight a bit.
Yeah, if you've got good strength and good magic, this Ice Blast would kill. In the practice room yesterday, actually, the Fire Dragon died before the Ice Blast even, just like my stats were that good. Alright, that can kill somebody. Oof. I'd rather Glenn have a chance at a strength up, so I will pick him up. The dragon's nearly dead, so
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a good call. You want Glenn to get some strength here for this section because he's going, like we said, he's going to be our main physical damage dealer.
20. Nice. So this is a relatively simple fight. There's 3 of them. Depending on your stats, you want to target them a little bit. You want to get Marcy out of here as fast as possible. I'm probably going to be mumbling strats to myself here for a little bit, but if you want to do a couple quick donations before we get into Fort Dragonia, that's where the strats are going to kick into high gear and probably going to be commentating some more. So now is a good opportunity for a few donations.
All right, well, I have 2 people that share the same taste in Best Girl. The first is Red Silver saying, going to discuss Best Chrono Cross Girls? My personal favorite is Orla because Brawler Barmaid with pigtails is certainly a thing, but sadly she's available so late in the game, and being able to use Vigorous trumped by fellow Blue Fargo, so sad. And then the other one was Saylin, I hope I said your name correctly. Wannabe Tifa, I mean Orla is Best Girl. Love Chrono Cross, so happy to see it being run at RPG Limit Break. Big thank you to everyone involved with the event. Heart. And then also I have to sneak in here Purple saying Pierre for Best Girl.
We got some more Orla fans out there.
We also have VR, I'm totally going to butcher your name, Rykirion, donating $100 saying this donation goes towards naming Harley after my best girl, my wife Siri.
aw.
We have $60 from Oris Hartilli saying, I love this game so much. I remember reading a guide from the Tips and Tricks magazine back in the day to try and get Izala. Favorite character by far is Izala, hands down. And Naz saying, donating $100 saying, Chrono Cross has always been one of my favorite games, and I'm always glad to see it get run by RPG Limit Break. Good luck on the run, Railkin.
Thank you very much. We're just doing a quick menu here. We want to get Kier in here for safety, and oh, I'm doing that early. We got to do the next fight first. And even though this cutscene was skippable at the start of the run, we have to watch it this time.
Yeah, it looks nice. This mod.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it. We only see this part of Kid a few times.
Yeah.
You think they're foreshadowing something,
Nah,
maybe a little bit?
Nah, I think you're looking into it too much. I mean, Kid's home in a bed right now, sick, right?
Yeah, so one of the nice things about this next section is there's a boss here, and boss, if you skipped the earlier side quest with the blue dragon to get the ability to freeze the lava, then this boss drops the reward you get from that side quest, which is a summon. And summons in this game are a little bit interesting. The field needs to be entirely the color of the summon, and they have to be cast by a character that is the color of the summon as well.
Yeah, so it can be difficult if you don't know what you're doing to get the 3 colors on the field plus the summon. But since we've routed out this game pretty well, we can use this new summon, Frog Prince, which we're going to get after this, which is why we need Lena, because she's only the innate color of the summon can use the given summon, which is blue, and why her magic will matter so much here.
This guy's so close to dead. Yeah. It's just Lena's magic is scuffed, so things aren't dying when they should. So we got 22 and 13 magic. Okay, that's fine.
It's going up at least.
Okay.
Getting there.
19 on
I think I
Surge.
need to heal, yeah. And then we did the other equipping earlier, so just gonna put that Frog Prince on there. And then Glenn can grab this Iron Vest. So now everybody has iron armor.
Or Dragonia is basically a boss rush with a bunch of puzzles in it.
You might see me detoured a few points through this run where just to touch a save point. One of the nice quality of life things they did in this version, is that if you touch a save point, you get an autosave. And just because there is some instability issues, and also it's just a marathon, if there's a save point that's only a few steps away, I'm going to touch it. All right. Unfortunately, the bats sometimes turn around, especially if you get into a fight with them. So I had to back up just in case that bat decided to start going the other direction. So this is the puzzle that Ash mentioned earlier where the order of your party members matters. So we got to lower the staircase here. Then we go here. This pad kind of shuffles the order of your characters a little bit. Then we put Lena in front, and now our party is the reverse of what it started, with Lena, Glenn, then Surge. And that will then allow us to get the room into the orientation we need it to be.
Yeah, so in this lower section, we got 4 different directions we have to activate these pillars of light, which will allow the elevator to activate in the middle. 2 of them are just puzzles like this, and then 2 of them are boss fights.
Lena is under 15 magic. It's not terrible. She's like effectively 13 since she's 14.
Definitely seen worse.
Yeah.
So does this bat in this version have a terrible hitbox like the
It's still bad,
PlayStation
yes.
version?
And the timing to like get the 1 cycle in this room, I don't think exists in this version. I've tried so many times. In the PlayStation version, if you get the movement perfect through that section, you don't have to wait even once. But I've never been able to get it even outside of fast forward in this version, so I think unfortunately it's just the timing is just a little bit different.
So this is the first time we're going to see the Frog Prince animation in the summon. So first step here, where we turn the enemy red. So one key thing about the way turn elements work, if you're doing magical damage to the enemy, you want to turn the enemy the opposite color. If you're doing physical damage, you want to turn one of your party members that color, opposite color. So we're going to do that. We're going to cast Magnify, an Ice Blast to do a little extra damage.
Oh.
Ooh. So hopefully Lena doesn't get frozen here.
Or flu.
Okay, no.
She got flu though.
She got flued.
Yeah, flu makes it so you can't use any of your magic, so gotta cure it.
So the bonus here that medicine is also a blue element. So
Yeah.
now we can get Lena up to level 5 here.
She missed. Why do you miss?
Yep, level 5, and then we'll see our first Frog Prince.
She missed the 3rd hit. She was like at 96% chance when she missed. So one of the things that we've been doing is Eagle Eye. You're going to see more and more throughout the game. Eagle Eye maxes out your accuracy, but at maxed accuracy is not 100%. It's 99%.
Yeah, so that actually was recently discovered by Azala, one of our community members, in that when Eagle Eye is cast, the first attack you do, that's 99%, is actually guaranteed to hit. It's 102%. But the second one is the one that can miss. That's actually 99%.
Ooh, nice.
I'm not going for the Cybot skip. I don't think it's worth it on fast forward just because
definitely
it's so much faster.
Yeah.
So there's a thing up here with this enemy that's patrolling back and forth. Normally you have to wait for it to turn around and come back because it's so wide it fits up the entire corridor. But if you go into that corner up the stairs and you wedge yourself in the very pixel precise location, you can make the enemy walk past you without getting into an encounter. But since on fast forward he walks so much faster, I just don't think it's worth it. These enemies phase in and out of reality, and it's really hard to see them. So on fast forward, I just full send it. I just go.
Ooh, and hope they're in a good spot.
Sometimes you get got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like where they position themselves and the way that it works out is that the majority of the time you'll get past at least 2 of them. And I think it's, you're on a better percent than 50% to get past all 3. So like most of the time it's the best call, but of course we're at a marathon, so
All 3.
So 3 for 3, right?
Well, at least they didn't go have a 0 AP roll.
yeah. So we've been talking about the AP rolls. It's something we should probably mention because we're getting to the point where the mechanics of the AP is going to be more important. So at the start of a battle, enemies roll anywhere from 0 to their maximum AP. Bosses can't roll a 0 unless it's a multi-phase boss. But one of the important things when we're talking about AP is that 1 stamina equals 1 AP, but 1 element is 7 stamina and 1 AP. So that is going to be something we're going to be using quite a bit throughout this run, because it uses a lot of our stamina, but it doesn't interfere with the boss taking a turn sooner.
Yeah, and that's what allows us to get these, like, for instance, in this one, we're going to set it up with a bunch of people here with a bunch of element levels. We're going to buff up Lena here with Genius. We're going to be casting Frog Prince, but we need 3 blues on the field. So we're going to use a bunch of element cast here to get the 3 blues out and the Frog Prince before, as well as a Magnify, before Tarasoid here takes another turn.
Yeah, and that backdrop hits really hard, so we have to wait to magnify because we don't want to magnify it.
Yeah.
And we defended with Glenn and Lena because they can die to that if they've already taken the first body press and you get bad luck.
You'll see up by the field effect how it says 15 out of 16 stars. Using a summon actually uses up one of those stars. So basically it's like a cap on how many summons you can do. So every time you get a star from a boss, it gives you another one, but every time you use a summon, you subtract one. So
we pretty much never run into that limit.
yeah,
just
that
'cause-
will never be your limit in the speed run, but like a
Definitely not.
casual playthrough.
Yeah, possibly. If you're like farming materials with summons, you could run out.
There is a way to recharge it, but I don't remember what it is.
If you go to an inn,
Yeah.
it will recharge it for you. But we actually get some story recharges too.
Yeah.
So it happens naturally over the run.
Oh yeah, we won't use like even 16 summons, I think, in the entire run.
We used to have a lot more summons, but they're just long animations, so we've naturally tried to route them out as much as we can.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got one more puzzle here to solve. This is a pretty easy one.
If you make a mistake, because you're not intended to know what this means at first, then it randomizes, but the first time, it's always the same answer. So for the speed run, it's nice, because you just pick south every time it works. If you miss input, then you have to figure out which way is the Watcher facing. The way that the Watcher facing is north, and then you have to pick the direction that will drop the platform all the way to the right. But we're coming up on the boss that I call Creepy Pasta. You'll just watch the boss's facial expressions; it'll make sense.
It's not hard to miss because, yeah, it is a big facial expression.
Hopefully Son of a Gun here only gets 1 turn. If not, if we get a bad starting AP roll here, which we did,
It's a pretty bad
unfortunately.
starting AP.
But bonus for you guys, you get to see another attack animation, which is pretty creepy.
Sorry about the tack animation. Bring on the kissy wissy.
It missed.
At least
Okay.
it missed, yeah.
It's good. That means we can just go for it.
Yeah, so we're going to set up for Frog Prince here. We got to get the 3 blues and then Frog Prince cast. Son of a Gun here only has 7 AP, so it's a much tighter window to get all of these elements cast.
Yeah, this boss just has a lot. It does not take much damage at all. It has low health, but
There's also some luck here. If Lena has very low magic, you're beholden to the damage roll.
probably
Won't
go.
always kill. Yeah, we got a low roll. She has enough damage. She has enough magic where that could have killed, but it just didn't.
Yeah, just a little tap.
and then you get to see this.
Ah.
Smile.
Ronin's 24. Okay. Lena's magic is essentially not relevant at this point anymore, because her magic is going to be good enough for this next fight. If it's really high, you can save some time, but low magic doesn't affect this next fight too much.
Hey, look, no Korcha this time.
Thank God. All right, I'm going to full send it. Inner wall.
For it. Yeah.
Okay. This enemy, it's kind of random where he starts on the staircase and where he moves. And depending on where he is, you can sometimes get past him on the staircase, sometimes you can't. There's a whole strategy to bait him down the stairs and dodge around him. But I've just never been good at it, so I just hug the inner wall and I hope for it. Okay, where's the bat? Okay, we're good. So this is just a cute little blob. Nothing weird's
No.
going to happen here,
Cute
right?
little bunyip.
Yeah.
Okay, good start.
So again,
that's-
we're buffing up Lena here in preparation for what is going to be I guess a surprise phase 2.
And it doesn't look threatening. It's like, oh, magma bomb. That's cute. This boss's next attack is Inferno,
Yeah.
which, if it rolls high, will wipe your party. It's pretty
Oh,
scary.
what's happening
Look
here?
how adorable he is.
Yeah, see, it's still cute little blob thing.
Yeah, with a nice cute eye.
Suddenly you're in this weird area. Vortex with a giant 2-armed eye.
And one of the nice things is since we phased it with an Ice Blast, there's already a blue element on the field. So we can use that to very quickly get 3 blue elements on the field. And then the first attack that this boss uses is physical, so it won't interfere with our fields, and we can Frog Prince. If you have very, very high stats across the entire party and Surge crits or Glen crits, you can kill it with that, but it is extremely rare for that to happen. I'm just going to defend for AP, for stamina, because that was bad. This might kill. It might be a little bit short.
I didn't check Surge's magic. It might be okay.
Just a little short. Poke.
Yeah, just a poke.
I did the extra 2s with Surge because like, okay, that might actually make the Luminar kill so that Glen doesn't have to take a turn, but didn't quite get lucky. 26? Glen just got a +2.
Yep.
Excuse me?
Nice.
Glen's eating his Wheaties. So we're almost done with this section. We've got 2 more boss fights. We've got a little bit of a cutscene coming up before we get the next 2, so if you've got more stuff to plug, now is a good time. Oh, come on. The bat.
Well, just a reminder that that Sprig naming bid will be closing at the pretty much right after the end of this dungeon. So if you want to name Sprig, do your donations now. I think you only have 2 more bosses until that happens.
Yeah, same with Harley as well.
Oh
He
yes,
joins pretty
same
much
with
the same
Harley
time.
as well, of course. We do have some donations. We have Running in the 90s saying, "Let's go!" donating $26. And Sanjan saying, "Hee-ya!"
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw!
All right, so we have 26 strength. So if Viper attacks us, we can use the best strategy. But if he doesn't attack us, we can't. So let's see what happens. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
Okay, okay.
We'll
say it
explain afterwards.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough. So talk about the different strategies here. That's actually been one of the huge differences for the run in the recent years, since like 2016 when I ran it with Spike. And there's a lot of more mapping out, okay, I have this specific strength, and this specific thing happened. I can do this other action to skip a turn for the enemy, and there's a lot more optimization that way in this game.
Yeah, this game has been really thoroughly routed with, like, when it comes to just strats based on your stats. There's contingencies, and there's fast strats, and there's, you know.
Yeah, and there's even only so much you can do because there's the randomization of missing hits.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, we got the gauntlet.
Got the gauntlet.
Oh, okay. So that gauntlet is the second gauntlet. We mentioned earlier that the gauntlets are usable through the entire game. They're very important. He has a rare drop of Mithril Mail. It's not good.
It's bad, yes. So that would be, effectively, we would have -2 strength for the rest of the run.
Okay, we got attacked, so we gotta adjust this slightly. And we're gonna buff up Glenn as usual, but this time we're gonna throw a turn white on Glenn as well, just because Lynx is black innate. And that will also weaken Lynx a little bit. We're gonna defend with Surge. Thank you. We want Lynx to attack Surge, but not too much. Because there's a fight after this where you need to lose. You can win it in New Game Plus. You're never going to win it in New Game. And the fastest way to lose is to be low health. So we want him to do damage to Surge, just to make that easier. And not kill Glenn. Okay, that's good. That was a pretty good Lynx fight. And this is the point where we just want Surge strength ups. 23, it's okay.
It's a little below average. Usually average is like 24, 25 at this point of the run.
So you remember that cutscene they kept like foreshadowing like 3 times up to this point? That wouldn't happen right now, would it?
No, like I said, you were just you know, seeing things.
Okay.
Well, it couldn't happen. Kid's not here.
Yeah,
no,
true.
there's no Kid. The Kid is still sick because we haven't had enough donations to save Kid yet, so.
We got a couple hours before we can save Kid. That's fine. But we have 4 cutscenes here, and then a whole section where we meet Sprig and Harley, and this is a great time if you want to talk about charity or donations or anything like that.
Yes, so just a reminder, all of this is going towards NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. The last few years have been a stressful time in this world and have understandably had a strain on many people's mental health. I can say I personally have been included in this. I'm sure most of you as well. In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering from some kind of mental illness. That's 52.9 million people. Please remember to reach out for help if you need it. You are not alone.
All right, I have to make the joke since it's Cardi B who won the name incentive for Surge, and I know Cartridge Blowers from GDQ. Well, since you've named yourself after Surge, you are now Lynx Cartridge Blowers. Welcome to the furry fandom. So we just want to use some stamina just so we get attacked sooner. Didn't get high rolls on damage, and they only attacked once. If you get lucky, then you only have to take 1 turn in this fight, and we can keep going on.
Yep, we have now swapped bodies.
Yeah, so this whole next section, we're Lynx instead of Surge, and we got to figure out how to get our body back. Why Lynx did this will become relevant later on. But we're about to meet Sprig, who is the MVP of the next section of the game. Sprig has a pretty unique ability. When you want to get into that, High Spirits? What Sprig can do for us?
Well, Sprig has the ability to transform into other monsters in the game. Usually, if Sprig gets the last attack and kill on an enemy, is able to transform. And there's a couple that we're going to use. For the next big chunk of the game, one that we start with, and then one that we're going to go out of our way to get.
Yeah. But we still got a whole nother cutscene to go, so if you got more...
I think I've seen this one before.
Yeah, it looks a little familiar.
Okay, maybe you were right. Maybe there was something to it.
All right, sorry, I had to make sure I got my stabby stabs in the chat here, so I was doing that. But we do have $25 from R3ND4W saying, "Good luck, Railcon. We're mean to Kid all the time, so let's not leave her stranded for once and save her." And then now I have been saving this comment because this is about to be relevant in the run from Sylvia S7 and Nyactus saying, "Nyactus wants to save Kid. Help a kitty out, chat. Meow."
It is very time appropriate. We just turned into a cat.
We got to do the kitty cats later too.
Yes. So Surge maybe took a little bit too much Ambien and is meeting the Hat Man in his dreams. You know, it's okay. I know we wake up in this really weird place, and it turns out this is where Sprig has been for an indeterminate amount of time. So we're going to recruit her just by running in her house before she closes the door again.
Yeah, I don't think anyone said Sprig was best girl, did they?
No, I don't think so.
Sprig is fantastic.
Yeah, casually, I mean, a lot of people did not use Sprig at all or replaced her immediately. I know I did the first time I played this game. It's like, oh, transforms, it's probably okay, but I'd rather just have a regular character.
When's the autosave? Do you know?
Oh, the naming.
I mean, we have time. I think it autosaved. I hope it autosaved. Oh, wrong mouse. This mouse.
Hopefully it auto-saved after the cutscenes.
Yeah, I think it autosaves. It might be before Son of a Gun.
Oh.
Okay. Well, this estimate was safe. Got a little bit too lost in the sauce, unfortunately.
Thinking too much, Sprig. Well, maybe we're going to get to see Kissy Wissy again. How does that make everyone feel? No?
No.
That was a late, yeah, that was a late attack.
We gotta speed through this now. That's unfortunate. I apologize for that. I probably shouldn't have turned blue the boss. That's fine.
$259.
Yeah, that did affect it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was low.
Missed. Okay.
I think it's still pretty far away from dying.
Interesting thing is that Glenn's 3s don't actually do more damage. Don't you dare.
Yeah, so that's the sleep status effect there on Glenn. Unfortunately, he is our panacea, so we won't be able to get him out of it. One more look.
One more look for the fans.
Oh, I need to actually touch the thing. So unfortunately, we're going to have to watch all those cutscenes again.
Well, I will say that it looks like the save kid incentive has been met.
Wow.
Nice.
Yes,
Good job.
thank you.
This has been an amazing community. Thank you so much for saving Kid. I'm sure Kid appreciates it too.
He went up the stairs. I've never seen him go up the stairs.
It's pretty rare that happens.
So it's basically a Link's percent run for saving kid there.
No, the bat was guarding the door.
Yeah.
I tried to turn around, but I was just a little too late. Nice thing is that the bats kind of have a disjointed hitbox. Their like actual model for blocking you is above where they are for getting to a battle. So even if the bat kind of runs into you, you can still run past them after the fight.
We get to see the cute slug puppy again.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and read some more donations if that's fine.
Yeah, go for it.
Perfect. Wells says, "Let's save kid. Thank you so much for your $1,000 contribution."
Thank you.
Wow.
Wow, yeah.
And also Anonymous donating $10 saying, "Happy to donate for one of my favorite games from my childhood. Keep up the good work." And then a donation from Nishala saying, "Chrono Cross has a special meaning to me. My first exposure to this game was being involved in the speedrunning community, and my first time ever playing was doing a cat percent race with my friends. And I've met so many wonderful people via this game. Good luck on the run, Ray."
Thank you very much.
And now that Save Kid incentive has been met, the next one, it looks like... Oh, hold on. Let me refresh.
I'm scared. Because now we have another chance of getting handied.
Don't say it, you know.
24 again? Okay. Didn't get the +2. Not surprising. That's a pretty rare one when Glenn has pretty high strength.
Okay,
Ooh,
I'm back. Sorry about that. The next incentive that we want to raise money for is for the Lufia 2 Rise of the
God,
Sinistrals.
this bat
Oh, dodge the bat. Oh, no.
Wow, that bat played good defense.
had the jukes. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. This is for the Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals. Bonus Lufia any percent glitches run category. We need to raise $1,000, so let's get that incentive made.
All right, we're almost back to where we were. This is my fault for joking about this cutscene so much.
I know. Now we get to see it a couple more times.
All right, we have 24 strength. Surge. Confirm? Button? There we go. Oops. There we go. Okay. Oh, we didn't get handied. Okay, so there's a thing in the community. Super Handy, who I mentioned in the interview, has really bad luck with that drop. So we call it getting handied as our little shout out to him. We love you, Handy. So one of the things we didn't really get to mention before is one of the things that, oh my god, please behave, Lynx. One of the things that Lynx is going to do is he's going to cast some elements at us. And the elements he uses are always one of your elements that you have equipped. And it's even meaner than that because it will consume your element.
Yeah.
So casually, you could be in a situation where, you've got a pretty good plan coming in, and then he uses your element on you, and then, well, your plan just went out the window. So the Glenn dying isn't a huge deal. The strengthen is still affecting him, though I think it's wearing off soon. But it does remove the... you'll see he also has the Eagle Eye still, but it does remove the turn white. So he does a little bit less damage because of the death there. And only 22. Oh,
That's the Skygen ring.
Skygen ring's nice. We already have a Pendragon sigil from earlier. All right. We gotta watch these cutscenes, and then we're back to Sprig. I am so sorry about that, folks, but we're back. We made it. That's still within the estimate because I've brought this category down a lot because of just practicing, and I'm really the only person running fast forward. And instead of having RPG Limit Break reduce the estimate because we were worried about some hardware issues potentially, we left it in. So unfortunately might not be saving as much time as we were hoping to. But we should still be fine.
We have a donation from K Fizzle4 saying that text box by Surge is one of the scariest things I've ever seen in any video game. I jumped out of my chair the first time I saw it. Since Kid is saved, donation goes to Silver's Choice because she is adorable. Thank you. If I get to choose, I'd actually like to solidify Fargo being named Hobbs.
I didn't know that was an option. That's really funny.
It's currently #1, and I would love to contribute to that.
So which Hobbs spelling? Because I can think of two Hobbs in the community.
Well, this one's just plain Hobbs, Hobbs, not...
Okay. Because there's also J Hobbs, who's going to be running Kingdom Hearts tomorrow.
No, there was a runner, I believe he's done one of the Chrono Relays that we've had on RPG Limit Break in the past, who is also named Hobbs.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking that there's two that I can think of. Yeah, they took us down faster. It's my fault. I kept memeing on this cutscene, and then we have to watch it 2 more times. I shouldn't have tempted fate.
Man, now that you have to save Kid, you just had to stab her twice, didn't you?
Also tempting fate, huh? Get it? Huh? That'll be topical later on.
I guess get Sprig's name ready.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was hoping there was an autosave there, because there really isn't a save point you can touch.
Yeah, you'd think there would be, but...
This game is so generous about autosaves in this version, but that part in particular, I guess not. If it like auto-saved right there, I would be so mad. Just to mess with me, you know? All right, so we're back in the dimension between, I don't know, what is it called? Like this area?
Dimension Between Worlds?
Yeah. This is where Sprig lives, and go up the ladder, hello? And Sprig is very useful because of her transformations. Oh, geez. Am I going to get in the door in time? Oh!
Oh.
If you get stuck there, she will beat you to the door, and then you have to go again. But also, we're stuck here because Lynx, now using our body, sent us here because he wants us out of the picture. So we got to find our way out. Sprig's going to come along, and we're going to rename her this time. What is Sprig's name?
Give me a second. There's actually a tie.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Can we combine them somehow?
It was sniped in, but needed, one more penny in there to make a decisive decision here. Hold on. Yeah, funny enough, both of these names were snipe names at exactly $50 each.
Oh.
Kind of just looking over at the monitor here, see if I
Yeah.
can see what they are.
Oh, I just saw what one of them was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the options are either Sprig
Okay.
or hold on.
Sprig would have been really convenient because I did
Yeah.
that on accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the other one is Great Handini.
Would that fit? Great
Looks like it could.
and
12.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it would.
12.
Great Sprigdini.
Brigdini.
Sprigini, I think it would be for
Hand-
12 characters.
Handy Sprig. I don't know.
Doing it? Okay, Great Sprigini. If it gets sniped while I'm typing it in, let me know, but that's what we're going for. Great Sprigini. Oh, Strigini.
Lamborghini?
There we go.
Uh-oh.
We need one more letter.
Uh,
We do like GRT or something.
yeah, probably. GRT Sprigini. Does that look good? Oh, what?
Because you have an extra character slot now. So
Yeah, I
you can
do.
do 2Gs like Sprig.
Sure, yeah.
Put a question mark at the end.
Okay, we spent a lot of time on that name.
All right.
All right. What? Hello. This whole section is surprisingly difficult to navigate on fast forward.
So down there in that other chest was the other revive that we could get, but
Mhm.
it does waste a lot of time pushing that rock.
Yeah, you have to do like a whole boulder puzzle. So right now, Sprig is talking philosophy at us, like, "Are you really Sprig? Are you really Cardi B anymore? Because you're Lynx." So I know you paid to change Surge's name to Sprig, or to Surge, but now we're Lynx. The game just forces your name to be Lynx here. And we will get our body back, so then Cardi B will make the triumphant return, but for now we are Lynx instead. We have to follow our doppelganger around, and unfortunately, he can just spend extra time. All right, what's Harley?
All right, Harley's best girl.
Okay.
Capital B, capital G. If you disagree with this chat, you're gonna have to donate and tell me who best girl is. Let's keep that going.
All right, we made it through it. Accidentally said the second option to Harley. It's like one extra text box. Oh no. So now we're back in our home world. And they give us pretty heavy-handed hints to go back to Opasa Beach because that's where you kind of switch between the worlds. We've already had the opportunity to do that for a little bit if we did the optional dungeon to save Kid, but we haven't. So instead, we're going to go here. We're going to use the Astral Amulet. The
Eventually.
key item menu is going to lag for a while. Okay, it's working.
Wow, that's so bad.
And then it won't let us do it. So we're stuck in this world for a bit, and we got to figure out how to get unstuck. And that's kind of the next section of the game here. But in the meantime, we're going to do some equipments.
Yeah, so Harl, our best girl here, is going to actually be our main damage dealer. So this is I don't know, fairly recent change in the last few years in that it used to be Lynx putting the strength equipment on for this section of the run to do like the supplemental damage to Sprig's transforms. But we found that with Harl's strength, as well as her, she has the silver weapon, as opposed to Lynx's iron weapon. It's another grade higher of weapon, so she can actually potentially do more damage as long as her strength is decent.
She also has some faster animations for her, like getting ready to attack. It's very marginally faster. It's not a huge deal. And the shot type weapon that she has is beneficial weapon type against some enemies coming up, which there's a whole thing in this game of like what type of weapon you have attacking certain enemies gives you beneficial like attack type and guaranteed crits, and we'll get more into that later on, but there's a couple enemies coming up where the fact that she uses a shot type weapon is actually very useful as well.
Yeah, this is the transformation we're going to use for a little bit till we can find an upgrade, but good old Lagoonate hits pretty
nice
hard.
crit. Unfortunately, Radius has some innate evasion, so we have 89% chance to hit compared to what our normal would be, and Harley's at 59%. But this whole section we're watching Lynx's strength, hoping it goes up.
We got 23 there, so definitely need some more. We lost one from the unfortunate reset we had to make.
We have a pretty long section coming up here of, shopping and then the pirate ship. So cut in whenever, Deeds.
All right, I'll cut in right now.
Where's the puppy?
So we have $50.
Yep. Waiting outside for you.
All right, sorry about that. Keep going.
You're good. That's, how this game works. So Algernon was the $50 bid for Sprig, saying Sprig is Sprig. So I'm glad we could get at least part of that name in there. And then we have $50 from Carbon, saying, love this game, love the host, love the couch. What a great community, and best of luck with the run, Ray. Always 3 and then heart.
Thank you very much, Carbon.
Oh, it looks like Carbon also gave $25, saying, this is for all the AP and early transforms.
Thanks, Carbon. So we're doing some shopping here. This is actually going to last us through the end of the game, or through through this whole segment up until before the dragon sequence. We'll do our final element shopping. So definitely we bought a bunch of elements here with all the money we made through the fort, and we got a big equipment menu here to prepare for this next hour or so of the run.
We haven't really talked much about the story, but I think we finally got to the point where things start to get really confusing, especially with going to Fort Dragonia and swapping bodies with Lynx and Cardi B. They haven't really told us anything about that yet, but the game starts to hint on like a stormy night with sailing and you being attacked by a panther. And it's slowly starting to piece together things. It's going to be a little bit longer before they start to try to make sense of everything going on.
Yeah, the story of this game is pretty interesting, but it does take quite a while for it to actually kind of...
It's definitely a late bloomer.
Yeah.
It does story dump a lot at the end. And as long as you don't talk to all the scientists inside Chronopolis, you won't get confused.
Or the kids at the end in the game.
Yeah.
But they also give you some lore that fills in the missing pieces. So
Yep.
Yeah.
I have $10 from Fatman saying, announcer asked who best girl in Chrono Cross is, and I am here to definitively say that best girl in Chrono Cross is the friends we made along the way.
Oh.
Smiley face.
Aw, fat man.
Thank you.
I was expecting something dramatic there.
I mean, it was suspenseful.
It
So-
was.
Batman was the originator of the Kitty Cat song. So,
Oh, was he? Okay.
Y'all are
meeting-
singing that when that comes up, right? Oh, wait, no, never mind. You didn't sing it. I missed the chance.
That guard loves to block you. So we have to go to Marbule. We have to find a Explorer Toma because we need to get into the Dead Sea. But the entrance to the Dead Sea is blocked and we don't know how to get there. So we're going to talk to him and then we're going to ask about the Dead Sea and then clear 2 text boxes before we run away. The rest of them don't matter as long as you clear 2 text boxes. Why? I don't know. And then now we're on the pirate ship. Well, the pirate ship, heavy air quotes, because in this world, it's a casino resort. And Fargo, who we met earlier, is he's kind of stuck in a really deep depression because his wife died. Oh, I need to talk in here first. And it's kind of thrown everything in this boat to drown his problems and ignore them. And he doesn't want us to talk to the sage right there, who is the one who knows how we can get into the Dead Sea. So we have to go talk to him. He's going to challenge us to a game of, like, it's kind of modified roulette. And it turns out it's a little rigged.
See, there's Irene's best girl.
Irene's is pretty good. But yeah, it turns out that it's a little bit rigged, just a small amount. There might be a giant magnet beneath it. So it's set upon a whole side quest of finding out how it's rigged to get turned into house cats, unrig it, challenge him again. Then we can finally talk to the sage and move on. So this is kind of a long segment. One of the things is that we do want to lose this first game with Fargo as soon as possible because you cannot win. It's very rigged. And unfortunately, to prevent you from, because it becomes a mini game later on where you can win some nice prizes, they disabled the time shifter in this room. So fast forward button, not doing anything because the time shifter also has a slow down button, which they don't want you using. Also, the pause button, not doing anything. But they didn't disable that way of pausing the game. So if Fargo lands east, we can hold confirm and just lose instantly. If he doesn't land east, we can pause buffer with the escape menu and try to lose as soon as possible.
Poor Sneff.
Yeah. Steph just,
Hasn't figured out that Fargo's cheating.
yeah, he's got it kind of bad. And we just don't have the time to help him. No, he didn't get east. Okay. I'm trying to get it to stop. I keep perfectly, there we go. I wanted it to be northwest. But I was perfectly getting south, north, south, north, south, north. So we've successfully lost. The wager that we made with him was that he's now going to take our boat. And then he makes a joke, I guess he'll have to swim back, which is very nice. And now we need to go downstairs, and there's an inn right below the casino, and the innkeeper comes down from the stairs, and hey, that's a little suspicious.
Doesn't let the poor kitty cat up there.
And yet when we're cats later on, he doesn't seem to be bothered. It's weird.
I guess that one's not as adorable as you.
Sure.
I don't know.
So this is Sneff. In a world where literal magic exists, he's doing a magic show. And then there is a heckler in the audience that doesn't believe that he's doing magic, when again, this is a world with literal magic. But the whole point is that he turns the heckler into a cat, which is kind of extreme. Like, without telling him what he's going to do, Sneff is...
Catmorphosis.
I don't think Snef's all there in that. That's
We gotta get the 1, 2,
But then we
3.
Yeah, but now we go back in and he's going to take volunteers on who wants to become a cat. So we are going to volunteer. We're going to turn into cats, and you can run away before he turns you back into your normal form, which I didn't know casually, and I just let him turn me back into Lynx and friends, and then I got very stuck and I didn't know how to advance the story. So just run off the stage. But
It's amazing how fast Snef went from the stage to losing again.
yeah, but to his credit, he was playing because he wanted to buy us cat food because he felt bad about turning us into cats. And he didn't think he'd be able to turn us back again because he hurt his back. But we've now stolen the handle to the machine he's using to rig it. We can use that to unrig it, and we're almost done with this section. So if you have anything you want to add in, Deeds.
Sure, we've got several donations going towards future incentives. We've got BD Jeffrey giving $250 towards the Ultima 7, the Blackgate Good Ending, no debug room run, towards Kill Lord British. And we also have Shadow Link giving $100 towards the Ultima 7, just towards the bonus any % run.
Thank you.
Thank you.
SK.
And actually, it looks like that incentive has been met.
Oh,
Nice.
okay. Very nice. So now that we've unrigged the machine, Fargo loses. No input required from us. And to his credit, he's a good loser about it. He goes, "What? Oh, that's an interesting handle you have there." And then he holds up his end of the bargain, even though he was cheating us horribly. So that could have gone worse. So now we have unlocked the ability to go fight the Sage. And for people who've done this casually, this might look different than what you're used to. You want to explain what we're going to do on this fight here, Ash?
Yeah, so the Sage actually has some pretty powerful elements that you can use against your party at this stage of the game. But it turns out that the Sage only uses those elements if you use elements against him. So what we're going to do is we're just going to use physical attacks, and he's going to use physical attacks in turn. And knock us with that broom of his.
And we got a big blue swamp monster to take care of it for us.
Yep.
If Spriggini can hit.
What is with characters and missing their third hit consistently throughout this run? First two hit, third one misses. It's happened more often than it should. And the Sage is a white elemental, so we're going to turn Spriggini, aka this Lagoonit now, black. And then strengthen the Lagoonit. And just to watch the damage this does. It's a lot. Hey, somebody else missed. I'll take it. Oh, Harley's supposed to 2. Then we defend. Okay, nice hits.
No.
We kind of do those 3s with Harley as filler, don't expecting some of them to miss, but she hit pretty much all of them. 24 strength. All right, so we're past that long section of story, and now we're gonna go to the Sea of Eden. And, well, there's a problem with that. Turns out the Sea of Eden is a little bit blocked. The Sea of Eden is closed, and we're telling the Sea of Eden that it should be open. So we gotta go grab the Einlancer to remove the Moss Immune so we can get there, and that's gonna require a whole side area with the Isle of the Damned. And probably a very difficult fight that many people struggled with casually. And we're going to do it in a very dangerous way because it's a very scary white elemental boss. And we're going to go in with 3 black elemental characters. That key item menu is going to just do that this entire time, isn't it?
Just gonna make your heart skip a couple beats
Yeah,
every
He's
time.
gonna crash.
Yeah, the Mazimmune in this game is like just evil.
Yeah,
this
so
cursed soul in it.
yeah, the explanation, I believe, it's not fully confirmed, it's kind of hinted at, is that Masa and Mune fell asleep, which, whatever, there's no explanation, they just fell asleep. So they weren't guarding the sword anymore, and somebody took it and did some evil stuff with the sword, and it corrupted the sword. And when people hold the Masa Mune now, it brings out their dark desires and their worst emotions, and it strengthens them and makes them want to do terrible things. But in order to break it, we need the Einlancer, which is buried with
The person we just saw
What's
in that
his name?
cutscene. Gurai.
Gurai. That's the word. That's the name. It just exited my brain.
Yeah, we just saw Gurai in the cutscene there, sparring with Radius.
So these are the fights that Harley has a beneficial attack type on. I haven't been watching what her strength was. Do not confuse Harley. Okay, that's fine.
Also
That's not
hoping
Harley.
for a certain Inferno drop from one of
Oh, her
you.
strength's good. Okay.
Yeah, you notice Harley's here actually critting these enemies. It's one of those cases where these are flying enemies and she has a shot weapon, so every time you do a 3 and it lands, it will be a critical hit.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed crit. But since Harley's strength is high enough, I can do a 2-2 instead of a 2-3. 2 fire pillars, not an Inferno, but we have 2 more chances. Where's the bird? Okay, bird's not in the way. No jerk birds today. It scares me every time.
Yeah.
Alright, so for this, there's an enemy called the White Knight down here. This is the only place in the game you can fight the White Knight. And you can only fight it once per playthrough. So if after we beat this White Knight, if we wanted to fight it again, we'd have to go into New Game Plus. And Sprig can learn to transform into this enemy. But in order to fight it, you have to make one of these Will-O-Wisps explode next to it to wake it up. And the whole point is that since we don't have the Forget-Me-Not pot, Sprig has to be the one that lands the killing blow. That was an Inferno, it looked
Inferno,
like.
yep.
So we're going to do a pretty specific setup here to make sure that we turn black the White Knight
White,
here,
yeah.
and then we're going to make the entire field white, and then photon beam with Sprig, and it should get the kill.
Yeah, so even though White Knight's already a black innate enemy, putting black and turning it black again will actually increase the magical damage we do against them.
So we're going to Weak Minded, which lowers its magic defense and puts a white on the field. Then we're going to defend, Magnify. I didn't equip the Magnify. Okay. So I'm going to have to reset the room. Unfortunate. How did I miss that? Because we killed the wisp, so we need to actually...
Well,
Oh, there's another one right there.
another
I
one.
thought we had to reset the room. That's actually better than I thought.
Could you not fight the White Knight again?
You have to.
You do?
Yeah.
You have to activate it again?
I think you have to activate it again. Might not, but I'm pretty sure you do. Where is Magnify? Magnify, didn't equip it. Okay. Did I miss anything else? There should be an Ice Blast here. Right. That's not as bad of a time loss as I thought it was. Oh no, he's still active. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I have not done that in a long time. Scroll back down. The Magnify is important because it's 50% extra damage on elements. So, depending on your magic stats, you can get by without it, but I was not paying attention to my magic stats enough to know if I could. So we're gonna Weak Minded. Defend, so that Lynx gets a 1 stamina back. Magnify. Then Harley is going to Meteorite. She's going to do a good chunk of damage, but not nearly enough to kill. But it's also just going to make the field entirely white, and then this Photon Beam should kill. Oh,
That's a lot.
Sprig has high magic. Okay.
Yeah. 16. Yeah.
And now I need to run away because I led this here.
Yeah, that's going to be the main form of damage now for a while.
Yeah. You could kill it and you get a mini star chance. Right?
Is it a mini star?
Yeah, you just need one more.
You know what? Our strength's low. Let's do it. Nope,
Oh,
that's
not
5
that-
enemies.
not
Never
that.
mind.
Oops.
You baited me.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not going back. for it.
Promise of riches.
Yeah.
The devil on my shoulder.
Yeah, so we haven't talked about mini stars in this game, but mini stars essentially you get level ups between your star levels, and it takes a certain number of battles between your star levels with normal enemies to have that mini star take effect. In that case, we only need one more battle, but it's also still not a guarantee that we get the strength ups. The other piece of the mini star is that it's actually a preview of your next star level. So if, say, Link's got a strength up there, he would actually be guaranteed to get the strength up again on this star battle.
Time for the scary fight.
Yeah, this is one of the scariest fights in the game. Garai can do a lot of damage, and there's a good chance there's going to be at least one character dead.
Ooh, nice.
He's got extremely strong attacks as well as elements.
Yeah,
Even-
got to diminish
e-
just to keep
even
yourself alive.
Yeah, even with the diminish,
Yeah.
he's going to do a lot of damage.
And now Sprig goes from green element to black element because she's turning into the White Knight. So this is, on paper, pretty dangerous, but we've routed this out pretty well.
So you're just going to see how good the White Knight here is.
Oh. Hit a 2 instead of a 3. Get the extra damage in.
You're going to get some more blacks on the field here. It'll push off that white, so now the White Knight is going to be doing even more damage.
Oh, don't crit.
Oh.
Stop!
Oh.
That's rude. White Knight would have survived without the crit. One of the nice things about Revive is it actually gives you 7 stamina. So,
The downside is it did put a white on the field, so now we're going to be doing a little bit less damage.
that's Harley? No, that's White Knight. Okay.
Mm.
You're going to have to reset it. From
Yeah.
he's close. Maybe. Another character dies, probably. Okay. Barely made it. As
Yeah.
we said,
Got it.
Garai is a very scary fight, even when we have a plan.
Yeah. 24.
24.
So bad. We need a +2 on Lynx. Give us some energy, chat. Maybe with some donations.
Need that +2 mini star.
Yeah, so the way the strength stuff works is as Lynx gets further and further behind the average of strength at the specific star levels, the chances of a +2 increases slightly every time. So we do have a higher chance of seeing a +2, though it's still not great. It'll probably be like more like 6%, you know, as opposed to like 3%.
All right, so we've defeated the Masamune, and we've gained entry into the Dead Sea. And some people might be going, what's your plan for Miguel? Because if Jirai is one of the scariest bosses in the game, Miguel is probably the scariest, or maybe Fate. They're definitely the top 3 for most people casually. And we'll let you know, but we have a very particular plan. My notes for that fight are an entire page long. This one's pretty straightforward. We're just gonna White Knight, boost the White Knight's strength, then turn white because it's black elemental.
From
So if you've got anything to read here,
this boss that was totally not taken from another game or influenced.
Borrowed, yeah.
Nothing to read. I need you guys to send me some more donations, please. I would love to read more. That said, there's still one more naming incentive if you want to name Fargo. I mean, we still have a little bit of time for that one, but that's your last chance to get a name in for this run.
I'm trying to get Harley to 4 element levels here because this can proc darkness, which is awful. Okay,
Missed.
didn't. I'm gonna use it on herself just for the white element.
Yeah, so obviously we were referring to this guy looking a lot like Johnny from Chrono Trigger,
Yes.
but he's called Highwayman in this game. Another fun fact is in the Japanese version, his name is actually Kevin.
Ah, Kevin.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, it's kind of like a Johnny mixed with Motorball.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know,
They're probably trying to go for the same vibe. I don't know.
Shinra was, you know, busy and they needed something new, so they just put Johnny on the Motorball
Still
fight-
24.
at the end of a highway.
Lynx is still 24 strength.
Yeah, this is the Dead Sea where time has basically stopped.
So the story explanation of what this area is that when a timeline no longer exists, so like the timeline of the world getting destroyed, the broken future, all of that stuff from Chrono Trigger that was stopped when the main characters went and defeated Lavos in the past, it wound up here. So, like I said, near the beginning of the run, where this game is about, you know, alternate timelines clashing together and what happens, this area is timelines that no longer exist.
See some familiar kids running around. Look kind of similar to the other Chrono game,
Just a little bit.
just slightly.
And the character we're going to fight coming up ahead, Miguel, is actually Lena's father, who went missing at the same time that Serge's father did when Serge was nearly killed as a kid. And he's been stuck here in the Dead Sea. And interestingly enough, he tries to convince you not to fight Fate, that you should just give up and stay here with him. And if you accept, it's a game over. So we're not going to accept that. Thankfully, saying no is the default option, so we can just mash through it. So this is the destroyed town center from Chrono Trigger, but this future doesn't exist anymore because the kids defeated Lavos and saved their timeline from reaching this fate. And we're going to learn more about what happened on the night where Serge was nearly killed, because the whole point of this game is sort of the Trousers of Time, if you've ever read Terry Pratchett, where the event where Serge nearly died and was saved by the Force in Chronopolis created branching timelines, one time where he died and one where he survived. All right, so we have 3 major things that can happen here. We can get a good start. He can use anti-black on Harley, or we can get a bad start and anti-black on Harley, but we got the good start, so Miguel is behaving today.
Yeah, so the only other thing we need to watch out here is a critical hit from White Knight. We need to get Miguel's HP down to a certain level where he does not go into critical health, which is 25%, below 25% HP, because then that's when Miguel starts casting the really, really nasty elements.
And we got to get this Diminish off. This Diminish is so important. Okay, no crits. If you're going to crit, you'd rather crit early than crit late, so...
Man, everyone's going for White Knight right now.
201 damage with Diminish out,
Yeah.
so that would have done double the damage.
So we're going to Moonbeams with Harley here. It's not going to do a ton of damage, but it's just going to put another black on the field. And it'll put him right on the edge of being critical health. And that should finish him off. If
Nice.
he gets a turn in critical health, he's going to use Meteor Shower, which is a very high level AoE element that has a very high chance to fatigue you, which is a status effect we never want to see, because it makes all of your actions use more stamina than they normally do. And then he's going to follow it up with a Holy Light, which isn't super high damage, but the turn after that is a very powerful AoE. So the main problem with Meteor Shower is it's probably going to kill somebody, the person who took the Holy Dragon Sword. And there's probably going to fatigue someone. So then you only have 2 people alive, their stamina is going to be terrible, you're not going to have the resources to keep fighting, and then he's going to follow it up with a relatively powerful AoE and then a very powerful AoE. So it's just way better if we can just not get hit by that Meteor Shower. And one of the nice things about getting the White Knight, this was not the reason why we did it, it's just a nice side effect, is that we got that golden tiara after the fight. And I don't remember what that accessory does normally, but it sells for 75,000 gold, which means we're never short on money. We don't even have much to buy in the run anyway, but that's enough to where we can get some expensive forges later on. We can buy some more elements. When we're buying elements later on, we can just buy 11 instead of like the 4 we need, because it's pressing 1 and confirm instead of like right 3 times and confirm. Just little tiny frame savers because we have so much money.
So since we decided to go against Fate, Fate decided that this place wasn't needed anymore and basically completely annihilates the Dead Sea. No idea what this Fate is, just we know Fate doesn't seem to appreciate it.
But we got rescued by the Sky Dragon here. And the Sky Dragon tells us that if we want to enter the Dead Sea, we need to break the seal to the Sea of Eden, and to do that we need the Dragon God's Blessing, which requires visiting all 6 dragons and getting a seal from them. So we're going to do the fish dance, because that's very important for breaking the seal. This is a required item that we need to get for later on, and we could either get it now or later. The reason you do it later is that we're not as strong right now, so if I mess this up, we can have multiple fights. But this is a very practicable thing. It's something you can get better at by just putting time into it. Which one's the slow one? That one's the slow one. The white area in the middle makes the fish speed up. One of the fish ignores it. So that little puffer fish over there. And there's a spot right in front of the chest. Oh.
Oh no, that's 2.
We might be able... I think the fish are very slightly not touching me. Hang on.
I think you might get
pinned
a
against
second.
the wall there.
We might either be able to get left or... Yeah, okay.
You might build, yeah, you should be able to run them again.
We're on 2,
Is it 2?
but I can kill 1 and then run.
Okay.
So that's not bad enough that... So, like, there is an autosave here, so if that went really bad, I could just reset it, but I think this is fine. I think I can get out of this without having to fight more than 1. The important thing is we don't want to kill any enemies with Sprig. If Sprig kills any of these enemies, she'll learn a transformation, and that will change where in her transform menu the White Knight is. And right now, the White Knight is just hold down. So it's very quick, very simple. Right, I think I can get away by holding left here. If not... Oh, the second one. Oh. I think we're committed at this point, though, unfortunately. Oh, we only got... Oh, I thought it was 1. Nope, not Sprigini. That doesn't help. So we got in. I just made a mistake leaving the chest, basically. There's a small point you can interact with the chest at where the fish don't speed up while you're standing there. And I got in there. I got the chest. I got the item we needed. I just didn't navigate the way out correctly. So it's just a little unfortunate. We should get a mini star here, though. Small upsides, you know? Alright, going for the crit. Didn't work. All these misses. Lynx does so little damage because he doesn't have any of the
Yeah, and the iron
attack
weapon,
items.
Yeah.
Alright. We're gonna get one more fight, but we can run away from this one. So that's a little bit unfortunate. But it's fine. Oh. I didn't see the fish blocking the hallway perfectly.
Yeah, it's
Usually it's further up,
Yeah.
so
It's hard to see those fish when they're like pointed directly at you.
yeah.
Their sprite is so small, or their 3D model, I guess.
And this area is a little bit trolly. There's only a couple places where you can pass the fish. Okay. Fish stopped. So you kind of have to wait for the fish to get to one of the places where it's wide enough to get around it. Like up here is a good spot if it picks a direction. It can also swim through the center and then you can't get around it. Oh, come on!
Waiting for you at the top.
Oh, that puffer fish. A lot of that was my fault. That one right there was not. That's the one that I'm saying was not my fault. The rest of it was my fault. All right, we got out. Now we're going to go to Guldove and we're going to take that golden tiara I was talking about, sell it, and do some forging. It apparently increases your magic defense. So we're going to disassemble these males just for some humor that we're going to need later on, and then the scurry dress disassembles into Naderite, which is what you need for stone weapons. And normally we'd have to wait a while before we can get stone weapons, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, so that stone weapon makes a large enough difference now that we're going to switch the strength equipment over to Lynx now from Harl.
Well, that first one was fairly fast, at least.
It does seem like it's going a little faster, at the very least.
Now we can get back to the other world.
I like how this little kid breaks the fourth wall here. He kind of goes, "Oh boy, am I in trouble," and looks directly at the camera. So Sprig's power on the White Knight is wearing off pretty quickly. We're fighting more and more difficult enemies. But thankfully, pretty much right when that's going to become a problem, then we will be able to equip the Master Immune, because we're going to do the side quest for the Master Immune very, very early. And that may confuse a few of you, because that shouldn't be possible this early. There's either gauntlet, there's the gauntlet. We're going to do some interesting things to make it possible, but we'll explain that when we get there. There's the third one. Okay, it didn't troll. But part of that is that we're going to get a choice of recruiting either Zoa or Karsh here. Getting Karsh allows us to do that just a little bit faster. That's the only reason why it matters which one we choose here. And thankfully, Karsh is also the first option. So we can just mash through this, get Karsh, be able to do the first couple of prerequisites for the Master Immune side quest a little bit earlier without having to change worlds an extra time. Now, some people who have played this casually might go, "You're getting the Master Immune? That's a long side quest. Why not just get the Spectral Swallow?" You want to get into that, Ash?
Yeah, so the Master Immune actually, well, in the non-fast forward version, it takes about 20 minutes to get it. So I'm guessing you're around 10, a little bit over 10 minutes maybe to get it in this version. However, the Master Immune is an extremely powerful weapon in that it will auto-crit every enemy type that has a type. So the only enemies that it doesn't crit are enemies that don't have a type, which is like probably 95% of the enemies in the rest of the game. So it's going to be extremely key to getting through the last third of the game quickly. The rainbow equipment actually requires you to do the whole Marbule side quest. So that's a huge side quest that we didn't activate on purpose because it's I don't know, how long does that take? Probably like 20 minutes at least.
It's like 40 minutes
Is
without
it
fast
really?
forward.
Yeah.
It's real bad because you have to watch the entire rock opera.
Oh yeah. It's really slow. So you have to do that to get the I believe the hammer to give to Zappa to actually unlock the rainbow equipment.
You have to do the entire rock opera. You have to fight all the enemies in Marbule. You have to fight the black dragon, which is not easy, by the way. And then once all that's done, yeah, you can go do that.
Yeah, and it turns out the Master Mune is actually better because of the auto crit ability that it has. Ooh, it's pretty rare that guy gets up there.
No, don't do it.
Ugh.
Sometimes those guys just go after you while you're in the text, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, so this section is actually pretty trolly with the enemies as far as movement and blocking you and turning in on a dime, and you just get hit anyway.
Can I talk about some prizes?
Yeah, go for it.
Go for it.
Excellent. So just a reminder, one of our big prizes, the mod. Oh no! this sewer dungeon.
What's the prize?
Sorry. I get distracted so easily, you guys. So one of our big prizes of this whole week is a Thread 3DS modded with a capture card installed. If you want this DS, you have to donate a cumulative $100 by the Exile run, which is the run after this one. So don't sleep on that. If you're interested, donate your $100 for that. And a reminder, this is cumulative. So if you've already put in some donations prior to today, that also still counts. You can make the difference to get the total of $100 to get that DS. And we've also, with the start of this run, have some amazing Chrono Cross merchandise for yours for the taking if you donate $10. For most of these, I believe it's just a minimum of 10. There's the Chrono Cross original soundtrack revival disc. There's some beautiful music. Honestly, Chrono Cross has probably one of my favorite video game soundtracks of all time. I personally want to put the of all time in this. So donate $10. You have a chance to get that soundtrack. There's also a vinyl OST. It's very beautiful cover that you can also get for a $10 minimum. And also, if you haven't had a chance to check out this new Radical Dreamers edition, we have the Switch version available for $10 minimum donation. And there's also really beautiful Surge and Kid Perlers for $5 minimum donation.
So Sprig decided she didn't want to hit today. It's not too big of a deal. This boss is not threatening at all. Just wastes a little bit of time.
Yes, this is the beginning of another kind of gauntlet of boss fights we're going to have here. It's going to be the last few times we use the White Knight in battle, but we're also going to start to feel, ooh. Does he have the revive? No, okay. We definitely want to revive Lynx here because we're way behind on strength.
Yeah, need those strengths. Need those stars. Missed it.
That was a 96%
Yeah.
chance.
So like I said, we're going to start to feel Lynx's strength here, which is what, 26? So good thing we revived that because we would not have gotten it otherwise. Very quickly here. At the end of the sequence, we got 2 more boss fights that are star levels. On average, you'd probably have around 30 strength on Lynx. So hopefully we get a couple more here.
When I'm not preparing for a marathon and it's just playing this game, I swear I get better strength than this. But the entire time preparing for RPG Limit Break, my strength has been scuffed. So at the very least, I have practice with runs like this, you know? We're really searching for an upside.
Yeah.
Well, it does actually make the run-in more interesting. It's more challenging, right?
Mhm.
You got these low strengths, you got situations that you never run into with just following normal strategies. So it can be more fun to run this way sometimes, even though it ends up being a little slower.
Sprig is incapable of not missing, by the way. She keeps missing the ones, like the highest accuracy hits.
Get some more blue on the field here to do more damage here to Hell's Cook.
Also, I'm going to point out to chat, if you haven't noticed, there's a face on the chest of the White Knight. You're welcome. Nice crit.
Cannot be unseen now.
27.
27.
Okay. Lynx is finally eating his Wheaties.
Yeah, it's good to see.
This is just a forced fight that can have anywhere between 3 and 5 enemies on it, but thankfully the strategy is always the same. The one in the center has more health, so you attack that one with Harley until she's level 7, and then you cast Lunaritic. And not getting interrupted there is rare, but nice.
It's a pretty cool tech. It's the only time we get to see it in the run.
I just love how it throws them onto their backs.
Yep.
This is Grobik, which is Cyborg backwards. Nobody in this room would have a backwards username. That's not something somebody would do.
Nope.
Oh, I still have Sprig in front. Okay. I thought I put Lynx in
So
front.
Grobik, for a boss at this point in the game, has a lot of HP. It's almost 3,000. It's at 2,940 HP. So it takes a long time to work through his HP pool, and towards the end of his attack sequences, he actually can cast heal all on himself as well. So hopefully we don't see that. We can get enough damage in before that happens. Trying to keep as much white on the field as possible.
Come on.
Oh, that hurts. So we can do more damage.
Also, because the hair cutter coming up hits pretty hard if you don't have these whites on the field.
Yep.
Like this would kill White Knight if we didn't have those whites there. Or turn white just wore off and you see the difference in damage that makes.
So I think the heal all is the next turn, so hopefully.
No, I don't think we're skipping it.
Nope.
With the miss.
Yeah, the miss really hurt, and then Link's a little bit low on damage here. Not a big deal, just an extra turn.
Yeah.
At least the heal all doesn't really heal all, you know?
Didn't even get a strength up on it.
No, 27.
I have had more runs with 27 strength on this enemy than should be possible. I don't know what's up with that. It just keeps happening. So normally I try to have Lynx in front here so I don't have to mess with selecting him. So there is a different way of doing the camera controls here. A lot of runners use it where you can use the ultimate camera. Why did you miss? And it makes the inputs consistent. Like, so if you hit right, it'll always select the second character in your party. I just don't like the way that the camera pans. It's a little bit disorienting for me, so I don't use it. So I just wind up having to learn what the camera angles are and how are you alive? Thank you. Learn what the camera angles are and how to press left or right to select the characters that I want to select. God, her damage is so low.
Yeah.
It's alright though, because after this, we're going to go take Karsh into the party and fight his side fight that's required for the Master Immune. Then we're going to do a little bit of story that's required to get Marcy and Riddell in our party, and then we're going to instantly go fight Dario for the Master Immune, which, especially with how we're talking about how we're so weak, will not make much sense if you're not familiar with the speedrun, because Dario is so hard of a fight that most people casually do the entire Save Marbule side quest to get the Black Plate, which makes you immune to black elemental damage, and then just make Dario not do any damage to them by using white elements. Sprig dying there doesn't really matter. She's leaving the party after this anyway. I do like how there's two options here. Say you don't know what to do, or say that you're going to do the thing that he does anyway. If you choose the second option, which is unleashing the dragons, 35 strength, very nice.
Wow.
Then he has more dialogue if you tell him to do that.
Yep.
But if you say you don't know what you want to do, he just does it. So we're going to remove pretty much everything from...
Yep. So, unequipping here in this menu, this quick menu removes all your accessories from all your characters. So we're going to move everything around. We're going to move all the strength items over to Karsh, and then give Link some the Dreamer's Bandana, which will give him the extra +1 level to start the fight with, and then a couple magic items.
Yep, Karsh is actually going to be helpful for this next fight coming up.
He's required for this fight.
Yeah.
Yep. The Karsh is a green innate, which is going to help with this final salt and pepper fight we have here coming up. Unfortunately, Karsh does not have great stamina regen, so he only regens 0.9 per 1 stamina spent. So it makes this fight a little odd to get the stamina to line up, but if things work out, it should be pretty quick.
So what's going on here is that Salt and Pepper think that Karsh killed Dario, which he kind of did, but it's more complicated than that. They think that he killed him because he was jealous. Turns out that Karsh was forced to kill Dario because Dario was possessed by the Masamune, and the evil spirit in the Masamune was threatening to kill Riddell, who Dario was engaged to, and Dario was literally begging Karsh to strike him down so that it wouldn't happen. So they kind of fake you out here because they're like, I didn't kill Dario, and then you find out later, no, you kind of did, it's just he survived. And this fight's actually surprisingly scary because you're not supposed to do this right here. They have relatively low health, but after their first 2 turns, they start using very high level elements on you, including some AoE like Thunder Snake and like some very, very scary things. So we're going to strengthen first because then that'll make the green the most recent color on the field when we Eagle Eye him. Don't do it.
So, yeah.
Don't do it. Okay. If they both target Karsh and they both don't miss, which they have pretty low accuracy, they should miss. Doesn't mean they do. They should.
Yeah, Karsh can die there. It's happened to Handy a couple times.
Poor Handy.
And that doesn't even count as a boss fight, so you don't even get a star up from it, unfortunately.
I think you got an armor drop there.
Yeah, I got a stone vest.
Yep.
Which is nice.
Yeah, so Karsh, other than his stamina regen, he's actually a really good strength character. Could have been considered to be used in the run if it weren't for that.
Yeah, he's also has a weird quirk that most characters have a single target tech and an AoE tech. And the damage on the single target is higher because it only hits one target. Karsh's AoE tech, that axial axe that we use, hits harder than his single target. So we just fully abuse it in that fight because, well, they have relatively low health to counteract the fact that they start throwing very powerful elements at you. So we're going to get a whole bunch of people to join our party. This is where the Marcy's coming up. We're not naming Riddell, right? I don't think we put Riddell in.
I think you're done with it then?
No, we just have Fargo coming
Fargo
up.
and
The
Marcy.
last.
Is Marcy not in it?
I
I don't think so.
don't think so. Just Fargo.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people that are going to join your party right about now.
I'll leave out one other important rename. It's a tradition. And hey, there's Jerricandra. She's all right. And she's angry at us? Why is she angry at us? Surge is dressed like Lynx.
Glock.
And this is my favorite thing to point out, is we get these like couple of really cutscenes to sad music. This is to The Girl Who Stole Stars, which is kids' theme. You don't normally hear it in this run very often, but it's kind of, you know, this sad, mournful thing. She hasn't been in our party the entire game.
And all the memories.
And this memory didn't even happen. This is just fabricated by Lynx's feverish mind.
I had to remember something. There wasn't a whole lot of memories. Besides the same flashback 8 times.
Why can't we remember the time we stabbed her a few more times? And if it is possible to get Starkey early, and if you have Starkey at this point, you actually get some extra dialogue coming up with Harley, which is adorable, where he asks Harley why her eyes are leaking, but that's also why we don't pick Starkey up early. All right, so what's Fargo's name?
Let me do one final refresh here. So Hobbs is Fargo's name. Oh, I'm so happy.
Is it Hobbes or
Correct.
BBS?
Yep.
So like this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's Azriel Hobbs is the runner name.
What kind of magic will Marcy have? Oh yeah, and Zoa. Zoa!
It's important. We don't use them at all. 23 magic.
Wow.
I'll
Oh,
take it.
Nice. And the Sky Dragon ring?
Yeah, we have the Sky Dragon ring. Sky Jin ring.
Sky Jin.
So now we come here. If we can talk to Harley, hello. Fast forward's hard to talk to NPCs sometimes because it's hard to do small movements. If we can get the third option, it's faster. So I'm gonna hit up, but I didn't get it. And this is the cutscene here where Harley would be extra sad and talking to Starkey if he was here. We do this in this order because after this, it puts us right down here next to Marbule, and we need to do our last little bit of shopping, and we also need to come here because we skipped the Marbule side quest. So we need to get the Black Relic, which we can get by just talking to the Black Dragon while it's asleep. Oh, we need the Weak-Minded too.
Yep, don't even have to fight the Black Dragon. Just grab it while he's asleep.
Yeah, this is one thing that was definitely surprising to me when I found out that you don't have to fight them. Funnily enough, you actually finish the game with one less star level in this run than you would casually
Yeah.
because of that.
All right, we have an Inferno. So the Inferno is important because we're gonna abuse the AI of Dario. Why don't you get into that? Because it's gonna take a little bit while I do the menuing here.
All right, so Dario is kind of an interesting boss in that the way he works is he'll always counter attack any element you cast on him with a very specific element of the opposite color. So that is a very easily abused thing when you know what you're doing in this game. In that when he does do that counter element cast, it resets his AP, so it basically forces him back to 7 AP at least, which allows us to get more attacks in and do a preparation for setting up the end of the fight, which is going to be a lot of Marcy slapping and kicking and casting Ice Blast.
You like slapping in Golden Sun.
Yeah.
You're about to get some more.
So you saw Railkun put a bunch of Ice Blast there in Marcy's element grid there, so we're going to be using a lot of those. Actually, we won't need too many because her magic is pretty high. Definitely higher than average here at this point. So we're giving her all the magic equipment, the Skygen Ring.
That Frog Prince is going to hit hard.
Yep. So there's also one other element to this fight that is an extra bonus damage, is that Inferno that we've been talking about from earlier. The Inferno element can inflict a status effect called Burns, which causes the enemy to take more damage. So Inferno specifically has a 50% chance to land Burns. If we didn't have it, we'd have to use a Fire Pillar, which only has a 20% chance, which is way harder to land. But if that Burns hits, we're going to do way more damage with the Frog Prince and all the Ice Blasts we cast with Marcy here.
Yeah, because Burns lowers the defenses. I was focusing, so I didn't hear if you said that.
Yeah.
Okay. This fight uses stamina refreshes, which we've only kind of mentioned a little bit, quite a lot. So it's routed out very specifically. The very basic idea of a stamina refresh is that if everyone is negative or 0 stamina at the same time, what it will do is it will skip forward in the battle until the next enemy character's turn, but you'll get back more stamina than you would expect from that. And trying to get into how it works more than that is very in the weeds.
Yeah.
So just know that if we ever manage to get everybody negative at the same time, we will generate stamina out of nowhere.
Yeah. I found the best way to think about it is the game is programmed to never let an enemy have 2 turns in a row.
Yeah.
So if the enemy takes a turn and everybody else is still in negative stamina, it's like, well, the enemy can't take another turn. Here's all this free stamina so you can take a turn.
But yeah, this is a very difficult fight. It has to be done very precisely.
Yeah, so we're setting this up here. We're going to cast this Inferno. Hopefully the Burns lands. It's a 50% chance. So he's going to counter with a blue element, which is always going to be Numble.
No burn.
No Burns didn't land. It's not a big deal here because Marcy is really good magic.
And then poor Rydell.
So yeah.
Stamina refreshes are much easier to manage, and they're more beneficial with 2 characters.
Yes.
And that
So-
weak-minded lowers the magic defense of...
He is very dead.
Welcome what happens when you use white elementals.
Yeah, so that's the thing that's like with Dario is if you cast a white on him, he's going to counter with that Conductor Rod, which does a ton of damage, especially with the Magnify that we'll cast here. So it'll do even more damage.
And then it looks like we're in trouble, but we're going to turn red Dario, because it'll make him take more damage from blue elements, and he's going to counterattack with Numble, and we just got a stamina refresh, because everybody was negative.
Yep, so now that we got 1 blue on the field, all we have to do is cast 2 more to prep for Marcy casting a Frog Prince. So we're going to get her level up to level 7, and then 1 more cast of the Cure Plus.
We use the Cure Pluses because healing her is also a little bit of safety, depending on a 50-50 later in the fight.
Yep, so this Frog Prince should do a good amount of damage here.
He has 3,600 health, by the way, so that was half of his health.
Yep, so that's the first stage of the fight. So here's the last stage where we're going to be casting Ice Blast with Marcy. So we still need to kill off Lynx to get in this Ice Blast casting loop. So we're going to set this up where Dara's going to kill one of the from the characters, he can pick Marcy or Lynx, but we have a backup here where we're going to revive Marcy. If he killed Lynx, then we're good to go, and we definitely saved time on that. But we had to revive, and now we have to kill off Lynx so Marcy can do her thing.
Time for the lightning rod.
The nice thing about the white elements is that he doesn't wait for his turn. If you use a white element, he will instantly counterattack. So we can use that to just get Lynx off the field. And every time you do this, with Marcy at -6 stamina, she gets all of it back.
Yep.
If it's different numbers, it's not guaranteed. So the whole idea is to get into this loop so that every time she can get to -6. So even though we don't have any more level 6 elements to cast, we're still going to slap him 6 times.
He's probably pretty close here.
Yeah, this might kill.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, Lynx died. Lynx didn't get a star up here. How are we going to be okay? He's got low strength. The Master Immune is such a huge upgrade in damage that it is worth always having Lynx dead on that fight for consistency.
Yeah, and you don't actually get a star level for this fight.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh, okay. I
No.
thought you did.
It will count towards our next mini star that we're going to
Yes.
get as one of the in-between battles. But yeah, strangely enough, Dario is not a mini star. It's kind of a side quest type thing.
And so the whole reason we did this, we have the Master Immune because we have to go fight 5 dragons because we skipped the Black Dragon fight. And like Ash mentioned earlier, enemies that have a type will be auto-crit by the Master Immune, and dragons have a type. So all these fights, which are normally very difficult, casually even, are going to be made a lot
Really?
easier.
That menu's getting faster as we go along.
Yeah. Wait, well, we said that earlier, and then it gave
Yeah.
us a really long one.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I did.
we need to do a little bit of cleanup on our menuing here because we've got some elements that we need to shuffle around. Also, we need to equip some for safety because some bad things can happen up here.
Yep, so we're prepping for the whole dragon segment here, getting our elements all organized. We're going to be having this party throughout this segment, actually for quite a while, all the way through Chronopolis. So we're trying to set up as much as we can ahead of time in this single menu, so we'll don't have to menu as much later.
That's one of the few things that I did that didn't get routed out when I was doing the initial route, was that I combined a lot of menus into one menu whenever I could. Just be like, does this need to happen now? Can I do multiple menus at once? Just because every time we have to open up the menu, you lose a little bit of time. So remove the bandana for... Oh, we need to do Marcy first, yeah. I need to rearrange that so Marcy's before Lynx on my list. We need the mithril helmet, the elbow pad, and the other bandana.
I'm glad you did the menu here. This is the really good music track.
There we go. Got a dirtle on there for a second.
Heal Lynx.
Oh,
Yeah, you
yes,
gotta heal
true,
it.
true.
Yep, and Marcy. It's easy to forget. I've done it myself.
Oh, I do it all the time. Sometimes you can just go for it and be like, maybe I can heal after a battle, but that's risky. So this whole section here, this threw a lot of people off casually. You have to go down here, discover that you can jump back out with the sand boil, and they tell you to come back later. So then what a lot of people do, even the guides will tell you to go just do other things and come back like an hour plus later in gameplay. All you need to do to come back later is exit
Come back
and re-enter.
later, just not very later.
Just reload the area.
Just not very later.
So earlier, if you were here for the whole run, Ash mentioned that mini stars are a preview of your next level up. So if you get a strength up on a mini star, you're going to get a strength up on the boss coming up. And if you don't get a strength up on the mini star, then you're very sad because that means you're not going to get a strength up on the next level up.
So essentially, it's like double or nothing for your level. So we're going to get one here on this. Yeah.
You had to say something.
I guess I didn't. So we're going to get one here, like you said, on this next fight. It's extremely important that we get this because Lynx is definitely behind on strength at only 27.
So this area is yellow elemental because these whole areas are all themed around one color. So we're going to Eagle Eye Lynx and then turn green, and it's going to make the entire field green, and our strength is bad, start at 133. Get a crit, which was not guaranteed, by the way. Fargo just seems to crit a lot. I don't know what it is about Fargo. Probably should have just glide hooked there. It's fine.
Oh,
That means we don't get a strength up on the Earth Dragon.
So we have a $25 donation from Anonymous, who did not want to name themselves, saying, Chrono Cross is what Chrono Trigger failed to be, a masterpiece.
Ooh.
I disagree.
That
I
sounds like
think
fighting words.
That sounds like fighting words to me. We need some more donos in
Although-
here to prove this person wrong.
I can see why they donated anonymously.
Or I don't know, maybe you agree and you should donate and back this person up. But you know, this is the Chrono Cross run. We gotta prove this person wrong.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you agree. You should let us know with your donations to a very good cause. I'm a Chrono Cross enjoyer, but I wouldn't go quite that far saying that it's better than Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, I like the way Spike used to put it in that it's its own game, right? It's not Chrono Trigger 2.
Yeah.
It's not trying to be.
I think if you haven't played this game, the best way to approach it is to approach it as its own game that happens to have a couple of story beats in common with Chrono Trigger, and it's not a sequel.
Yeah.
They made the mistake of marketing it as a sequel. I think that did it a disservice because I think it's a very good game on its own.
Sorry to both of you.
What?
I'm picking Chrono Cross over Chrono Trigger.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what it is. I feel more kinship with this game.
I like them both.
I mean,
But-
you've seen me speedrun Chrono Cross. Have you ever seen
Yeah.
me speedrun Chrono Trigger? No.
Yeah.
We also have a $100 donation from Forn. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Fournm. A $100 donation saying, I can't believe I haven't donated this year yet. Glad I caught the Chrono Cross remaster. Thanks for everything you're all doing. Always love this event. And also 3 Ducks donating $20 to say, just gonna pay you out the same as the purchase price that I just paid for this remake on Switch, since I didn't even know it existed until I saw this run. Good luck, have fun, RPG Limit Break.
Yeah, it's probably a good time to mention that when this version of the game originally came out, it did have a few issues with lag, right? The game ran a bit slowly in battles. It wasn't the greatest. So, but
Fargo got a +2.
Now the game's just taunting, okay?
but thankfully earlier this year they released a patch
Yeah.
that basically fixed all the frame rate issues. That the game runs great now on all versions of it. Actually,
That used to be the big joke, it was just the FPS was just so
Yeah,
terrible.
no, so I definitely would recommend it if you saw like ever bad reviews of this. It's definitely fixed and it runs great. It's very true to the original.
Fargo, why you gotta do this?
Just stealing your strength.
Lynx didn't get a strength up, and Fargo got a +2.
Fargo's like, no, this is my show now.
I might have to pull out my signature strat in Chronopolis if this keeps up. Which somewhere Andy is going, no, Ray, why?
Close there.
Yeah, the Lagoon tried. Did you know you can go left here?
Dang.
I did not.
No, that's new to me too.
Hmm.
Those
I
little-
think it's like a fraction of a second faster. I haven't actually timed it.
one crab.
Yeah, looks like it.
One crab. Do you run if there's 2 crabs in this?
2 crabs is fine. If you get the Lagunites, you always run away, and if you get the little manta rays, it's
Okay.
It's not great, but
not great, but you're risking worse by running away.
yeah, so this is the most common battle you get here is the single, which is obviously what we want. It's quite a bit faster than killing 2 or 3 enemies.
One of the nice things about the blue dragon coming up here is that pretty simple fight, just like the earth dragon. It's just going to physically attack us, but the animations are so much faster than the earth dragon, and it also has lower health. Oh, I didn't select the second option.
Just sitting there nodding.
Yeah, just mashing. We do not have 33 strength, or even 30 strength. We're definitely gonna have to glide hook.
Yeah. So you can tell when you're behind when you start looking at the strat levels. You're like, oh, 33 strength. Oh, we don't have that. 30 strength. Oh, we don't have that either. Oh boy. These dragon fights are pretty easy, especially with the Master Mune that we now have, which...
Oh, what was that, Elash?
Yeah, well, you got to hit with it. Unfortunately, it does not increase your percentage.
And of course he attacks Lynx, which resets the accuracy.
Yeah.
Troll. Did I really get flued by that?
Looks like it.
So troll. You're alive?
31.
Come on, strength.
That's also just a bad damage roll. It took so long that my turn red wore off. Okay, 28.
28. All right. +1.
Am I flued or is it the other one?
I think it's flued. I remember walking down here with flu before. Yep.
Yeah.
So flu does this thing where you can't walk straight. It's terrible.
Yeah.
This sidestep has the jukes, so I always stop. All right, we're heading into the biggest RNG section of the game. We're going to Gaia's Navel. We have to fight 6 required fights in a row.
Just wanted a hug.
You really did. All right, we're doing all right on time. And we are saving Kid. You all met that incentive early enough we can get some bonus content with it too. There's a few extra lines of dialogue if you save Kid before Terra Tower. And we could have done it right before the final boss, but it's not as much return for it. And we budgeted 10 minutes for this estimate, so we'll make sure you at least get, some value out of saving Kid. Because just doing the orphanage side quest really only takes like 2 minutes.
Yeah, especially with fast forward.
Mhm.
We'll pause for the good part of it.
Yeah.
But it goes pretty quick. So this is actually stuff here you were supposed to do way, way earlier in the game. So we're gonna meet these Bibas.
Yeah, this is related to this. This is the optional dungeon we skipped earlier on by getting Glenn instead. So these fights are going to be not exactly difficult. Oh, unnecessary crit. Okay.
Yep.
That enemy had 260 health, by the way. All right. If we get it, we get it now. Okay.
Oh, nice.
We did, actually. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the first one. Here we get to meet the second one here. So this is actually an interesting thing where it was listed online that this enemy was in the game but did not actually, you could not fight it because it actually requires a very specific circumstances that this version of the enemy here shows up, which just happens to be the circumstances that we run into for the speedrun.
Yeah, because casually most people are going to go do the optional dungeon.
Yeah.
And we're not going to move forward and fall down into the pit because then we'd be very sad because the cage, which normally has Razlie in it that you'd rescue her from, is empty. And if you know that side quest, that's very, very sad. And if you don't know that side quest, I'm not going to ruin your day. Bumped my microphone on accident. Sorry about that. Yeah, look, another Biba.
Oh yeah. Hopefully he doesn't call for friends.
Why would you say that?
Hey, it didn't happen.
Ash is just over here being an agent of chaos, actively trying to jinx me. And unfortunately, just like before, we have to wait for the entire jingle to play out before we can move. So that happens a few times in Fast Forward where you're standing there awkwardly because it's waiting for the music. I think we've lost more than a minute waiting for this
menu.
Waiting awkwardly.
It's so strange that every once in a while it goes really quick.
So this is sort of the reference to Ayla. They never really confirm it, but I think this is supposed to be inferred that she's like Ayla's descendant. So what we have to do is we have to fight 6 enemies. So we're going to fight 5 Mantis and 1 Pterodact. Any of these enemies with the Mantis could have 1 Mantis, 2 Mantis, or 2 Mantis and a Prehistoric. Or 2 Mantis and a Pterodact.
Yeah.
We want to see 1 Mantis whenever possible. And the Mantis can roll as high as 21 AP.
Yep.
But, of course...
So this single fight is actually just over 50% chance to get the single. And the other ones, the 2-1 is like around 25%. And then the other ones are much rarer. Thankfully, because we don't want to see those 3 enemy fights.
Here comes the mini star.
Yep, so here's our second mini star chance. Hopefully we get this one too. Or
2?
Two.
Are you saying you were hoping I didn't
2.
get it before?
Yeah.
Ash tipping his hand on accident? Why'd you miss? No, we're just gonna glide hook. It'll be faster, because if it gets a turn, it'll be slower. Please, Lynx. Lynx. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, it's really funny in this area, the common drops are rare drops before that would have saved us time. So these Mantis can drop feathers, and the Pterodacts can drop Infernos. And that is normal, that is their common drop. But we're just going to be fighting some battles here if you've got anything to read over there, Deets.
I sure do. We have $50 from Mecha Link saying Chrono Cross, or as it was called in the past. Thanks, Chrono. Good job. Enjoy the game. The soundtrack's an all-timer, and good ending means we get to hear the track that most gives me frisson. Good for future, or for the future. And I agree. Oh, the song at the end is so good.
It's not worth running away.
We also have $10 from Getting Dopey saying, Chrono Cross on my birthday is making my day. Best wishes and thanks to this event for supporting such an important cause. Aw, happy birthday, Getting Dopey.
Double flap!
Double flap.
Wow.
Oh, Marcy barely survived. We can glide hook this.
I was gonna say it's gonna be close. Or go finish it up.
Fargo, come on. Watch poke.
Yep. That the low strength hurts.
Double Inferno. Wow. All right, we have 2 more of these battles, then Tyranno.
We have $100 from Izala, probably, or sorry, is the one we named Izala earlier. Of course, I have to donate during Chrono Cross. One of the best RPGs, best communities, best runners and hosts. Best of luck to Rilken on the rest of the run. Heart.
Thanks, Gazala. So, as I was mentioning the community, we kind of have just a big Discord for the Chrono community as a whole. Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, and Radical Dreamers. So, if you're interested in these games, you want to pick up a speedrun, just join the Discord.
Yeah, you can find it through speedrun.com. It's linked there.
And I've shouted out Handy a few times, both in friendly ways and also teasing him a little bit. But Handy puts in a ton of work updating his notes so that they can be a good beginner guide as well. So like if you interested in the speedrun and you don't know where to start, you can just load up Handy's notes. And then I didn't touch the save point. I was trying to touch the save point. There we go. You just load up Handy's notes, follow them. It'll take you a little bit if you're not familiar with them, but you'll be able to finish the run just reading those notes. So big shout outs to Handy.
Looks such like a puppy. It's like a cute puppy charging you.
Cute.
Look at this. Look how adorable he is.
All right, Fargo.
All right, so we need to see a good steal here, which is the power seal. All right. So the power seal is an accessory that gives you +5 attack power, whereas the gauntlets we had were giving us +3. So we're going to use that power seal through the rest of the game. This is the only enemy you can steal it from, and it's obviously the earliest spot we can get it in the run. Thankfully, Fargo has that pillage ability. We can use it here.
Yeah, and there's a whole thing with steal accuracy is based on your attack accuracy. So if, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's fine. Pterodactyl has very high AP, so we should still be fine, even though I accidentally guarded everybody. But the steal accuracy is based on your attack accuracy. So if the Tyranno attacks, wow, she has very good magic. If the Tyranno attacks Fargo, it resets the steal accuracy, and then you have to attack again.
That's 26 now. Hey, didn't get sprained this time.
So we're going to equip a very interesting item here. It's called the Pendragon Sigil and the Power Seal. The Pendragon Sigil is not really explained well by the game, but what it does is the very, very simple explanation, without taking forever on it, is when you get hit by an element, it will cast the turn element of that color on you, and you'll absorb some of the strength based on what level element it is. So high level element gives you more strength. So what we're going to do is we're going to Eagle Eye, because when the field is all green, the green dragon is going to Carnivore, which is a very high level green element. So we're going to take a bunch of strength from that.
And notice their links got turned green because of that sigil. So now we got to turn him back yellow, which is the opposite color, and he's going to be doing a lot of damage, even with our low strength.
If you have very high strength there, you can just glide hook. But we do not. So yeah, and our strength is just not high enough to avoid that, unfortunately. This should kill. We got a sprain and a burn. So we're gonna have to menu for that. Sprain makes it so you can't run. So
it could be a anti-yellow.
It could be.
Yeah.
30 strength. Be great if it was an anti-yellow, but it's probably a sprain. Oh, it was. Holy crap. So we are going to have to heal that burn, but we have to menu later anyway, so we're just going to wait.
So it's still just 30 after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We have $50 from Spike Vegeta.
Hey!
Saying howdy RPG LV gang. Shout outs to Elkun, Ash, and High Spirits for killing it on the couch right now for one of my all-time favorite video games and a fantastic speed experience. Loving the event so far, and I'm super excited for the FF9, KH2, KH3, and other amazing runs for the rest of the event. Speaking of which, let's put this $50 towards the Lingering Will Super Boss fight for the Kingdom Hearts 2 runners tomorrow and see how they can take him down. Much love.
Thanks, Spike.
Yep, thank you.
Lingering Wolf Super Boss is really cool. If you've never seen it, by the way, definitely recommend. We do not have 37 strength, in fact, for my notes here. Just.
No, unfortunately not. Just a bit short.
What's that baseball meme? Just a little outside.
Yeah.
Just a bit outside.
So the Fire Dragon here is actually a pretty dangerous fight. It has a very strong red AoE attack called Fire Breath. Ooh, dogs, okay. But we're going to do some setup here in this fight to hopefully we'll see one of them for sure, but hopefully we don't see a second one. If we do get close to it, there is a strategy we can use to prevent it from happening. But we do have 2 blue characters in our team, and we're actually going to turn Lynx blue as well. So Fire Dragon is going to be doing a lot of damage to us.
We have a habit of doing that. Going into a boss with a full party of their opposite element, and it's one of the dangerous bosses too.
Yep. So 2 phases for this fight. The first one is the small one that we recognize from way earlier in the game. It's actually pretty similar from then, but since it's much weaker here, we can do a lot of setup. So this first phase is setting up for the second phase, so we can do as much damage as quick as possible. So we got Eagle Eye, Strengthen, typical. Do a little bit of damage here. And then we're going to set up Lynx here.
To defend with Lynx 3 times. And then Fargo has 2 turn blues equipped,
Yep.
so.
Get Lynx to blue. Hopefully this will transition the phase.
She has high magic, so it should.
So we got a full blue field now, and Lynx is turned blue. He's strengthened, eagle-eyed, so we should be able to do as much damage as possible here.
Yeah, it's still pretty good damage.
Yeah.
So this one will always happen. We can't avoid this first Fire Breath. But if we were in a really bad situation, it also burns like every time. If we were in a bad situation and he was going to use it again, if you hit him with a blue element, like our Ice Blasts, then he will counterattack with the single target version instead. That was a risk.
Yeah. Because then you just glide hook.
Yeah, I would have glide hooked if it missed, but I was like,
yeah.
I'll do the 3. It's like technically faster to do that over the glide hook,
Yeah,
but it was
yeah,
risky.
Yeah. All right, 31.
Right, and we need to heal, and we've got some burns, but we have to run back through the lava anyway, so we're gonna wait. Ooh, that dog. What?
Oh, yeah. I like to call this the Franker's eating room. Those dogs just pop out of the corners, and sometimes they pop off from off screen as well.
Yeah, or they're hiding under those overhangs where you can't see them, and then they just jump out at you.
Yep, and they change directions really quickly.
There's one more. Where is it?
It's probably off screen.
In the door, yep. It's in the door.
I didn't trust it, so I didn't fast forward. So now we're through the lava, we can heal. God, we don't even have anything for 31 strength on this fight.
Nope.
It's 36 is the lowest strength listed.
So I've seen 2 people finish this fight with 29 strength left over, so we're pretty close to that.
Why do you wish this ill will upon me, Ash?
I'm just saying it could be worse.
This boss has a page of strat, and the lowest one doesn't even apply.
Yeah.
The highest strength strat we have for this fight is 39 strength, so it is possible to have, though rare, to get that much strength here.
This is 39 plus because
Yeah.
if you were absolutely gaming out of your mind, that would be the run of runs. Like, that would be ridiculous. Those misses don't matter too much. They were really just to get stamina back on Lynx. This should kill still, even with all those misses. No, really? He's so close to dead. This one will kill. Oh, it took 2. Wow.
Yeah.
This Orla fight might actually take an extra turn. So we've got another lull here. So anytime in here did not get the strength
Ooh.
up. Anytime in here you want to cut in with something deeds, go for it.
Maybe some strength. We'll take some of that.
Yeah.
Well, we have $3 from Nightbox saying, go, 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 roll, cut. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you, Nightbox.
I think chat could help us out here. I think we need some strength. Give us some donations with some strength, please.
Yeah, give us your energy.
Give strength.
Surge is just having a low energy day. Cardi B, are you having a nap over there? Like, you donated to be named after Surge, and now we're not getting strength. Is this like?
We have a $250 donation from Iron Ferns. This is going towards the Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals any percent NMG / no manipulation run. It's going towards the bonus Lufia 2 any percent run.
Your strength is so low. Thank you for the donation. I'm just
Thank you.
gesticulating wildly at the ridiculousness of the situation of our marathon luck. It doesn't seem like it, but we're actually pretty close to the end of the game. Which is bad because our strength is atrocious.
Now here's Orla, who many donors claimed best girl earlier.
Didn't somebody call her Diet Tifa? I feel like that's being a little mean to Orla. I want to know how much time I've lost to this in this run. It's been significant. Which, it wouldn't bother me as much if this run wasn't so scuffed already.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have to show the Tear of Hate to the shaman there, because the shaman knows about the whole dual worlds thing. So she gives us a dragon emblem, which we can show to the shaman on the other world, and then seeing the dragon emblem, they should help us. But first, we gotta go visit Starkey. I love Starkey.
Starkey is amazing. Especially Mega Starkey.
So do y'all like cute space aliens with little toy ray guns that go beep, 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 beep? They all like Starkey, except he might not be a little.
So, you gonna catch him in fast forward?
I go for it. Oh,
You do?
look, see, he's small. He's so cute. Look, oh.
Oh no.
Mega Starkey.
Big Starkey. That's B-E-E-G, Starkey.
Yeah, this game is just all high fantasy and then random space alien appears.
And recruiting Starkey is required, by the way.
We need his space technology.
Yeah.
So normally Starkey would die on the third rotation of Lynx's attacks here.
Radiation.
But the glide hook should take him down.
Hopefully.
Should. Come on!
Okay.
50 damage short.
Parker's doing some work here.
32.
We got the strength
32.
up. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So that was our last.
Oh, we got
he
the quick
oh.
catch.
Made it
Nice.
easy. Just
Wow.
ran right into you.
So that was actually our last mini star. So that means we will get a mini star up on Dark Surge coming up.
So that looked easy. Starkey is the biggest troll because you have to play a game of catch where he just runs around. He has got the jukes. He'll dodge, dip, dodge, and dive. Is that the...
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
Okay. I almost got it right. but
Almost. That was close.
He wiggles around constantly, and then he'll just turn 180 degrees away from you. It's the worst. It can take like 15 seconds if you get bad luck. And I got lucky. Most of the time, if you hold up and very slight to the right, he'll walk right into you most of the time. So I leave it on fast forward and I go for it. And then if we get unlucky, well, then we're sad. So if there's any burgeoning Chrono Cross runners out there and you have trouble with Starkey, try holding up and just a little bit to the right. Just a smidge. Just a pinch. Oh, we need a menu here.
Yep, so we're going to do one last blacksmith trip here. We're going to equip with a stone weapon for Fargo, so he can do a little bit more damage and be more consistent on his hits, as well as a couple of... I think we only need one stone mail, right? Because we got that other drop.
I'm going to
We
get
can
2 stone
afford to.
mails, yeah.
Okay,
Can we get a vest? No, we can't. Okay.
so
That's
have
fine.
a full set of stone equipment here for defense throughout the end game.
And we're not going to equip it immediately because we actually get unequipped when we get turned back into Cardi B here. So we're going to wait and do it after the Dark Surge fight here.
But yep, that's where
Ooh.
we're going now, is for Dragonia to turn ourselves back.
We have a
good-
$25
try
donation
it.
from Grandra
Got
saying,
stuck.
oh,
Sorry, you're good.
saying Sully must defend America once again, but this time outside the cave he knows so well. I believe this is in reference to getting the bonus Lufia 2 any % run.
I was just talking because Ash told me a thing you can do on that screen. I tried it, I just got stuck on the geometry.
Yeah, moving and fast forward, we didn't really talk about it that much, but it's really hard. You hit one wall incorrectly, it shoots you off in a different direction. It's not easy.
Yeah, a lot of the things that I've had to learn for fast forward are just like consistent hold this direction into a wall strategies, which there's more of them than you would expect.
So Dark Surge here can actually be a dangerous fight if it goes long. Even with low strength though, we should be okay. We should not see his, I think it's Volcano. It's the strong element he'll cast.
Oh, I didn't strengthen. That's fine. I'll strengthen before the glide hook. And since I didn't strengthen before those attacks, we're a little bit short, so we will 3 here, and 2, 3, defend, and then glide hook, and that should kill. That's adjusting on the fly because I've played this game entirely too much. No, I just forgot to strengthen, so I had to 33. Okay. We had
the rare stamina belt.
the stamina belt, the sought after item that people were like, could this make Karsh useful? You know, like.
Yeah.
So what the stamina belt does is it increases the stamina recovery. So like characters like Karsh or Pashal that we were talking about before, where for every stamina you use, they gain 0.9 back. It would boost them up to even. And it's like in theory a really good item, but we have so many other items we want to equip first that you'd have to give up another very good item to equip it just to make a character who's not good enough possibly on par with the others. So it still just doesn't work out.
We get some Chrono Trigger history here.
So this is where they reveal that humans exist because when Lavos crashed into the planet, exposure to Lavos's flame forced rapid evolution, and that's why humans exist. And that's going to tie into what we're going to learn in Chronopolis about the whole war between Chronopolis and Dinopolis from Chrono Trigger. The very, very brief explanation to start with is that Chronopolis is a city in the future that was created by Luca after she learned more about the time travel technology from Chrono Trigger. And she created a city that can travel through time. And they travel through time researching different things, and their whole thing is pursuit of science, and they have a supercomputer called Fate.
Insta baby.
And then in one of the alternate timelines, which we're in right now, this is an alternate timeline of Chrono Trigger. None of this is canon to Chrono Trigger. Chronopolis and Dinopolis wound up in a conflict because it was Dinopolis from a timeline where they didn't get defeated by the humans, and the Reptites were the superior life forms on their planet. And we'll get more into that later, but that's why we're just going to suddenly be in a really futuristic city out of nowhere. I should grab this before I forget it's there. Because I totally would forget my USB on top of the computer.
Don't forget both your bags too.
Yeah, thank you.
Just want to give you that reminder.
Are we leaving already?
No.
I just saw my USB and I know myself. I forgot this controller in the practice room last night. So I know myself that if I saw that and I didn't grab it right now, I would leave it in this computer. And then the producer back there would be like, Ray. He's waggling his finger at me. So Stina just told us how to get the Chrono Cross. I think that's more direct than in the original. I think they changed the text there at least a little bit. And we're going to equip all of the strength equipment that we have. Marcy, oh, we need to remove it from the side menu right down here. Where's Marcy? There's Marcy. Then Fargo, he needs the stone sword. Then we're going to give him a vest and a bandana over his helmet. Do we need to heal? No, we're good. Okay.
I noticed that Marcy has 35 strength.
Just give the master mute to her.
She is supposed to have, on average, very low strength because she's a magic tilted character.
She actually
so-
has pretty decent strength for a magic user.
Yeah.
Yeah, having her above Surge is pretty,
unusual.
yeah,
Yeah.
rare.
All right, so we're going to go do Chronopolis, and then we've got the Terra Tower. Before we go into Terra Tower, remind me to save Kid for the incentive. Because we could do it after, but since everybody met it earlier, they should get the bonus content. I think it's more fun that way. And this boss here, there's technically 3 different bosses you can fight here, depending on what order you go and visit these islands in. We do this order because Vito Unus gives the Vigora element, which I think in terms of like, not damage, but power that it grants you, it is the best element in the game.
Oh, yes, it's very powerful.
It has to be cast by a blue innate character, which is important. So similar to a summon, but instead of doing damage, what it does is it gives you a buff where you temporarily ignore stamina drain for a set number of AP. And that effect is extremely powerful because elements cost 7 stamina, but 1 AP. So we've actually routed out most of the Vigora usages, but the 2 that we have left are so impactful. It's incredible how good they are.
Yeah, so this is
So I
a very,
need to strengthen Surge because I ran into this problem before, so I have a note here.
this is a very interesting boss in that it has actually 3 phases, and its actual HP doesn't exist until after the 3rd phase, and it changes phases by casting elements. And so we have to kind of walk our way through these early phases, doing damage to it carefully until it changes by casting the element right here. So that's the first phase change. So we need one more phase change here. It's going to cast a green field at the end of it. We need to still do enough damage, but we also want to set up for the last phase so we can do enough damage with Surge. The green field.
Keep throwing myself off because it says Fargo do this, but the name is Hobbs.
Yeah.
Going for the crit.
Nice work,
Nice.
Fargo or Hobbs.
Hobbs
Hobbs
there.
is coming through.
Good job, Hobbs. Because he has a stone weapon, and against mechanical enemies, stone weapons are guaranteed crits. We've mentioned that previously. So there's the Vigora. And now that we have Cardi B back, we can use a certain summon element. So we're going to equip elements onto Cardi B.
Yep.
Which
so,
is Saints.
Yep. So Saints is a very good summon. We're going to be using it just once though in the run. It's also very slow, but it is very good summon in that it not only it does a ton of damage, it also heals and restores all the stamina to your party.
We We have $10 from Fat Min saying Surge strength +2 on Dragon God. And then another anonymous donation for $30 saying strength.
The first one was mean, but I appreciate the second one. Because the Dragon God is like the true final boss. There's another boss afterwards, but her strength is irrelevant. So they're wishing for me to get +2 strength after Dragon God, which is, come on.
So this is where we're going to see the strength of Vigor here coming up.
Ooh, 3 health!
Actually survived. Wow. We're about to see the strength of Agora almost gets one
Yeah.
shot. Like, Evil Ash, stop.
So casting it on Surge here.
What is it, like 15 or something?
I think it's 12.
12?
Yeah.
12 or 15, yeah.
So we get dash and slash, just basically for free, and then we're
So
gonna.
that takes up 1. So now this is a phase change for the boss here. And then we're just gonna freeze all day.
Our strength is low enough that doesn't actually kill, but a flying arrow will. So that is a lot of damage. Marcy got blown the heck up.
Yeah, Vigor is pretty good.
Yeah.
No, if we had a normal amount of strength, he would have died before that turn that killed Marcy.
All right, we're getting him now.
Yep, up to
35.
35.
Yep. It's good. Thankfully, Marcy dying is not a big deal. We're only going to use her for one more fight.
And her damage is not relevant at all in that fight. All right, I'm going for the fast forward strat. This is really hard. Oh, yeah, let's go. The water there is pushing you up and left. So doing that in fast forward is actually way harder than I just made it look. Because the robot can fall off the walkways and it just spawns you again from the start. It's really mean. So this entire area, Chronopolis, has a ton of lore, and we're going to skip most of it. But
Yeah.
this is where the story drop on how all of the pieces connect together happens. So if this game's story is confusing to you, it's probably because you didn't understand something in this zone. Which is fair. I don't think anybody understood this game on the first playthrough.
Yeah, because there's a lot of confusing conversations that go on here.
And this one right here is where they talk about how Luca Ashtier is the one that developed the improved version of the time travel technology and then enabled creating Chronopolis from it. And now they are a research city that travels throughout time, researching different things, which very much fits with what Luca would have wanted with that technology. Instead of trying to affect time, they are researching and trying to learn more. But they did get drawn into a battle when they wound up in a timeline where the reptites were the dominant life forms. And the supercomputer at the core of the city, Fate, wound up making some decisions after that kind of... Fate is kind of the bad guy, but also there's another secret bad guy that we're going to face. All right. If I got that lineup correctly, we'll find out after this runaway. My strength is not high enough to just kill him.
Yeah. So there's a chest behind this guy that we have to get to advance. You can
I think I have to go down a little bit.
hopefully only run away from him twice. He's noticed how he's turning just slightly every time we run into him. If it turns enough, we can get the chest behind him without actually fighting.
Okay. Had to do 3 instead of 2. Getting it's a like depth lineup, like towards and away from the viewpoint, and it's really hard in this room to get that correct. Oh, come on. 4? If it's 1, I'm killing him. No, okay. All right, I'm slowing down. I'm going to grab it. I might have turned him too far, though. I didn't hold walk soon enough, so I ran in it. This enemy has a really weird AI. It's like depending on the direction that it's facing, whether or not you're walking or running, how far you are close to the front of the screen, it all affects whether or not you get into a battle with it again. And if you do that section correctly, I just mismenued, we're going to floor 3, it's fine. If you do that correctly, then you only have to run away twice, which saves some time because those enemies are chonky, they've got a lot of health, and they do really long animations. I just messed it up, so we had to run away a few extra times. And we're coming up on Fate. And a long time ago, Ash explained how Diminish and Magnify work. So why don't you explain that again in case people weren't here for that?
Yeah, so we've been using Magnify quite a bit and Diminish a couple times as well. So, jeez,
Come
it's
on.
hard to get that. So the way Magnify works is it multiplies the element damage by 1.5, and the way Diminish works is it halves the element damage throughout the whole battle once it's cast. So the interesting part is that if one is cast before the other one doesn't take effect at all. And that it comes into effect specifically in this fight because Fate's first turn is going to be to cast Diminish. And that would have all our element damage. And our plan here is actually to use Saints to do a ton of damage to Fate. And to do that, we need to cast Magnify before Fate casts Diminish.
In the text we just went through, Robo just got deleted, which was why I was making a sad face. Get your cry emotes in chat. Robo, you're a real one.
So we're hoping for a good start here. Fargo has to get off 2 attacks and to cast the Magnify. So hopefully Fate doesn't roll low. So
Not Vigora.
All right, we got it off. So that's good.
And then we attack, and we'll get interrupted, but we're not trying to get all those attacks off. We just get as much stamina in before we get interrupted as we can.
Notice that Diminish happened, and we didn't get the text that says all element damage is half. So the rest of this fight here is going to be prepping for casting Saints here.
Coming up on the point where Starkey is required. But first, we've got a bunch of cutscenes. The dragons are going to do some weird stuff. Because it turns out that the Dragon God was a biocomputer that was the one running Dinopolis in the future, similar to how Fate's the big supercomputer of Chronopolis. So when they fought, Chronopolis won, and Fate split the Dragon God into multiple creatures, which are the dragons we know. And now that we've defeated Fate, which is what they wanted, they're able to merge back together, and they want to take revenge on all of the humans because humans are the progeny of Lavos. And they don't like that. So they're going to summon their big tower out of the ground, and then they're going to merge into one creature, and we got to deal with that.
And we get the Wiggle Dragon.
Wiggle Dragon.
Yeah, Wiggle Dragon.
Can't forget
So
Wiggle Dragon.
all of these dragons are flying with, wings, but the blue dragon is just in the air, wiggling like a fish, and it's great. And we always love to point it out and or wiggle in our chairs when we see it. So feel free to wiggle. If you got wiggle emotes in chat, have some fun with it. You can get some water when the next one starts. We also learn here, and then it's confirmed later on, they hint at it here, it's not like spelled out, that Harley is also one of the dragons. She was the one undercover sent to make this whole plan happen to where Fate would be defeated so that this could all take place.
Here it
There's
is.
the Wiggle Dragon.
It's going to get quicker soon.
It's the only one without wings. So I guess they decided it needed to do something to stay in the air.
We have $500 from Kaboink.
Nice.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
It's huge, guys. Yeah. They say, just wanted to donate during one of my favorite games of all time. So happy to see it back in the lineup. And now with the fast forward. Wish I could have stayed for the whole event, but definitely will next year. You all rock. And you rock, especially for that 500 dono. We also have $5 from LLK. This Lynx is about as strong as an actual Lynx was trying to kill a dragon. Speaking of which, this donation goes towards killing Lord British because I want to wear that goofy crown for myself. And that, of course, is towards the Ultima 7 run for Kill Lord British.
Dragon God is a giant moth.
Yeah, pretty much. So there's a whole extra level of story here. And again, this extra level of story gets dumped in Terra Tower, and we're going to mash through it really fast. So we've got some downtime. I'll try to go over it quickly here. At the top of Terra Tower is the Frozen Flame, which is the MacGuffin of this game. And it turns out that the Frozen Flame is a fragment of Lavos that broke off when he crashed into the planet. And the Frozen Flame being at the top of the Terra Tower means that Lavos is influencing the Dragon God, because after Lavos was defeated, it was banished to the end of time. And is it Glenn then Starkey? Yeah, it's Glenn then Starkey. 42 Glenn. Okay, nice.
Oh.
After Lavos was defeated, it was sent to the end of time with Shayla, and Shayla got imprisoned with
Good kid, yep.
got imprisoned within Lavos, and it kind of evolved into Time Devourer. And if the Time Devourer can encounter Surge and absorb him as well, it'll achieve its perfect form. It'll be able to devour all of time and space. So with the Master Immune, you can talk to Kid here. Then Masa Immune and their older sister Doreen are able to use the Time Egg, which we got, which will help us fight the final boss, to enter into her dreams, and we can save her. So she's trapped in the past where the Luca's house, which she turned into an orphanage to raise Kid, was burning down. So we have to go through here and rescue Kid. This soundtrack is really good, and at the end we're also going to have be able to hear the full loop of The Girl Who Stole the Stars, which is the only time in this run you'll ever actually hear the full loop. So since we have the full 10 minutes, we're going to let it play just for a few seconds. Deeds can read some donations, and then we can move on after that.
Yep, we have an anonymous donation for $10 saying, "Wish I could have made it to the crowd this year. There's always next time, though. Good luck to this run and all the upcoming runs. Smiley face."
We have all these drawings that Kid drew. Jerkandra and Auntie Luta, I mean Sis. There's Chrono.
Chrono is cool.
There's Ayla. There's Princess Marl. Luca, call me Sis. And that one unfortunately opens the door. But that also resets the room because this guy's a butt. Whoa! That one opened instantly!
Yeah.
What was that?
Wasn't prepared for that.
And then we see the orphanage burning down and Lynx and Harley. So they're the ones that killed Luca. Why would they do that? Also, this doesn't make sense because Lynx is Surge's father. When he came into contact with Fate, Fate took over his body and turned him into Lynx. So I think what they were trying to do is they were trying to stop Kid and Surge from meeting up with each other because stuff. But here we go. Here's the girl who stole the stars. We get this little scene where she's sad.
Such a good theme.
And since we do this now, we get some bonus dialogue. This is where Kid explains what some of the weird stuff that happens. We ask her about her stab wound and everything, and she's like, "What? What are you talking about?" And it turns out that this will be explained why later. When she winds up in a life-threatening situation where she almost dies, she just wakes up somewhere else later and doesn't remember what happened.
Yep, so we got now Glenn back in the party. We got to get him equipped with some elements here for the tower. Not too many elements, and get his actual equipment on. Can get the Einlanzer that we picked up during the during the Storing Quest.
Okay, I heard your microphone cut
Yeah,
out for a
I
second.
did too.
Yeah.
The Einlanzer that we picked up, so it's a good sword for him here as well. And he's going to be doing some supplemental damage.
And this section absolutely requires Glenn, because we're going back here and there's a boss fight here that is very interesting. It's a very unique enemy. It's blue innate and it only takes damage from red elements and techs. And you'll notice we don't have any red attacks equipped. But Glenn and Surge, if you remember, their X-Strike tech is red, and that counts, which is really good, because if it didn't, this enemy has a lot of health. We'd probably have to use a summon on it if we didn't have X-Strike. So Glenn's very good, and he allows us to save some time earlier in the game, but for this section, he's pretty much required. Oh, I need one more. There we go. X-Strike.
Yeah, it's a good thing Glenn's strength is so high. He didn't get it on either one, because it does make up for some of Surge's shortcomings when we have the X-Strike as part of our strategy.
So Kid will show up in this next section, but she doesn't say anything different. This would just be what Glenn would normally say. But after Terra Tower, we'll get some bonus dialogue from Kid as well. So instead of Glenn sassing Starkey, we get Kid sassing Starkey here. Oh, sorry, I mean Jura Kandra.
Now you get this extra bit.
All I saw is, where do we live? So thanks to some Starkey technology here, we suddenly can fly.
In the text that we kind of mashed through there, Starkey takes this thing out of his broken ship and is like, I need to go to Chronopolis so we can have the proper tools to install this on your boat. And the third character goes, it looks like you're just going to put it on the boat. And Starkey's like, negative. And starts like rummaging through the cabinets and then picks it up and puts it on the boat.
Yeah.
And they're like, all you did was put it on the boat. Negative.
Yeah. He does a little headstand thing. Yeah.
Starkey is adorable. We are a Starkey enjoying household around here. So now we need to kick Starkey out of the party because we need somebody more useful than that.
We only love him so much.
We already have a lot of useful things equipped to Fargo, and Fargo is a blue element and can still use Vigora, which is still equipped to Fargo. In the early days of the run when I was doing it, I actually swapped Fargo for Marcy so that we could use a blue whale summon later on, but that got ratted out, thankfully. Low strength, definitely low strength.
Yeah, Terra Tower is like a giant boss rush dungeon. There's going to be one boss of every element as we go through.
Stop that. Thank you.
And we have to fight each of these doll fights. They actually have quite, especially these early ones, have very low AP, so they get attacks in quite often. So a lot of the routing around this is around getting as much done in between those attacks to minimize how many we get here.
So there's what, 7 bosses, right?
We have 5 more.
Wait, 5 more. Okay. So 36 strength.
41 is the number I'm hoping for at this point. 44 is not going to happen.
With a whoa.
Okay, that was trolly. They don't normally do a complete 180 like that. This whole section is extremely trolly with enemies that have very erratic movement patterns.
Yeah, so this section here is probably one of the harder sections to dodge enemies in.
So you'll see me toggling the fast forward on and off a lot more in this section. No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Oh.
And sometimes they can just guard the ladders and you just can't get by and you have to wait, unfortunately.
I think I can still run by. I don't think it's blocking me. I think it's just the very edge of its hitbox is touching me. No, it's blocking me. Okay.
It's hard to see where exactly they are sometimes on the path that you have to go on.
And I hate when you fall from there because you can actually hit an enemy as you're falling, even though they're not actually there.
It's pretty rare, but it can happen.
Yeah, the first time it happened, somebody posted a clip in the Discord, and we're like, oh no, is that a soft lock? It is not. Thankfully, you can just run away.
Yep.
Alright, there's a third one here that can be really troll. Ugh, like that.
Just flying by. Now this Aram.
I hate these stupid shadow things. Okay.
Yeah. Spike dubbed this room the worst room in the game. I think it lives up to it.
I think so too, yeah.
It's pretty difficult. These guys track you, and they can just trap you on these coral ladders for a while sometimes. Oh,
Okay, that was pretty good,
that was
actually.
fun, yeah.
Oh yeah, pretty
Yeah.
smooth.
We do not have 37 strength.
Close. But we don't have anything better.
So we need to actually Eagle Eye first, according to the notes that I made. Then we need to... That doesn't make sense. That should have been a 3-3 instead. Okay, we'll just 3 there instead.
That works. It might be short here.
I'm going to...
2, 3.
I got the heal off. Thankfully, they're just tablets.
Yeah.
He just spams them is all.
Just ends up being slow. Not a big deal.
Yeah, and then we can dash and slash, and that should kill. If not, Glenn can finish it off. I should fix that in my notes. That 2-2 should not be there. That should be 1 line lower. 37. Okay. This Cupid thing usually isn't all the way up on that path. That's really troll. Alright, this one... Okay. That one normally behaves, but it can really be the gatekeeper.
That's the ladder glitch right there. You got it.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I
Yep.
did? Okay.
Yep.
I was looking forward at the enemies, not at myself. Oh, that was scary.
Ooh.
They're on their game today.
Yeah.
Yeah, fast forward doesn't give you much time to
React.
react when they were right
That's-
there.
That's why in the harder to dodge sections, you see me just turning it on for a few seconds at a time. Oh my god, he's perfectly blocking the middle of the walkway. I couldn't run past. So this is where we find out that the prophet in Viper Manor was Balthazar, and he's going to tell us more about everything that's going on. Says out loud that Harley is the 7th dragon, the Dark Moon Dragon, and explains about the war between Dinopolis and Chronopolis. And this is the part that was probably made no sense if you didn't fully understand everything that was going on in Chronopolis. The thing they're not telling you yet is what we said earlier about how the frozen flame on the top of the Terra Tower is influencing the Dragon God, which again makes the end of the game a little bit more confusing. I love this game, but it's hard to understand it on one playthrough. All right, we're on a Nemator. We're 37, not 38, so...
Always one less.
You're probably fine to do that with the Glen.
Well, Glenn's strength is
Yeah.
probably high enough.
Yeah.
And he's always going to do this triple infoscope, and at least on fast forward, this doesn't take eons.
Yeah.
It's a slow animation. That should be enough, yeah. So one of the things is that we've got these notes about like what Surge's strength is, what Glenn's strength is, because the damage of X Strike depends on the strength of both of them. So even though Surge's strength is low, Glenn's is high. So I was able to do a strat that wasn't technically like as written, supposed to be able to do it. We're definitely touching the save point, by the way.
Yeah.
2 more. Well, 3 more.
3 more, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right, this room is hard.
Especially in fast forward.
Oh!
Got you at the end. There's the wind blowing them around.
It blows up and down, alternating,
Yep.
but it's very strong, and the enemies kind of don't always respect the wind, so they can trap you in difficult spots. I got past the Cupid fine. It's just the very, very edge of the hitbox of that enemy.
These couple here can actually be pretty dangerous if things go awry.
One AP roll, really? Okay, he's gonna Omega White somebody.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's fine. Oh, he magnified. Oh, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
he magnifies.
combo.
Into... That's going to kill. This is going to do a lot of damage.
You're gonna have extra whites on the field now too. It's gonna be less.
Yeah. I need to poke it again.
Yeah.
Okay,
Ooh.
painful. We'll survive that.
Yeah. Okay. Glenn won't, but that's fine. He's got enough strength.
Yeah, he's got like 44. 39, okay.
Still a chance.
Just need 2 more.
I should have gone for my signature strat. It's not worth it, but it's funny. I would have gone for it if we hadn't lost so much time earlier.
The wind just ended.
Yeah, the wind ended, so I shot
Yep.
upwards.
That's how fast it blows. Is Ray was holding up that fast to avoid the wind and just shot right into it.
I'm usually pretty good at this room.
I was surprised how good you did that earlier when I was
Mhm.
watching in the practice room.
We need to move right. This Cupid is in a bad spot. Okay, now we can fast forward.
Oh, I was gonna say, there's usually one more. I don't know where it is.
It almost got me
Yeah.
coming out of the door. We're definitely in else territory here on Gravitor. So this one's pure RNG on what the AP roll is from the boss. We could kill it before it gets a turn, or it will interrupt me with something.
3-3.
2-3 usually works.
Yeah. See ya, Fargo. Or you might survive this, right?
No, he's dead. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay, he survived. I think it's I shouldn't have done that. It's because the black. This should kill both. That would have killed if he hadn't used Omega Black because there was still a white on the field.
Right, right.
40, okay.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, these are just the low string stuff that's like you can't really practice and make strats for because it's just like on a good run, you're never going to run into
Yeah,
it, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Because you're hoping for like 44, 45 right there at that point.
We're also else here on Aquator. Aquator can be mean. Ooh. Aquator is like the one you wouldn't expect to be mean, but still can be mean. Doesn't seem threatening on paper, but it uses Vigora on itself, and we've learned that that's a good element.
It is quite good.
Okay, we got a good start. We should be fine.
The Vigora. Nimble on Surge.
But it'll die before it gets to attack. That's 4, 5. Next strike. Probably didn't need that one since I'm like 40.
Come on, 41.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Oh,
41.
So the 41 strength is a big break point. It means I don't have to do an extra menu. And if you're below 41 strength, the strats on Dragon God are just extra scuffed. So you always want to be at least 41. You can work around it, but if you haven't practiced it, it can be kind of rough.
Yeah.
So we're finally, the first thing, if you remember way back at the start of the run, we met Kid because she wanted to find the Frozen Flame. And here it is. This is the Frozen Flame, but it turns out it's a fragment of Lavos. But we've learned that Surge is the arbiter of the Frozen Flame. He's allowed to get close to it without basically losing his mind instantly. But Lavos has different plans and doesn't want Surge to get close. So he tries to approach it, but he gets rebuffed. And then it summons the Dragon God because...
Yeah, we get Kid here for this scene as well.
Kid just shows up everywhere out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Mhm. So this fight is very scripted, and I'm going to be mumbling to myself.
Enjoy the music.
Music is very good.
Yeah, so if things go well, we should only see attacks from the Dragon God on this first phase do damage to us. Aside from the falls, in this version they actually fixed the falls in that they do appropriate damage.
Oh,
Oh
jeez.
my
Wow.
Wow.
The triple miss.
Okay.
Wow.
So this first phase is a bit of a setup to lead into the next one, and that follows into the next phases as well. So we still got to get each phase of the Dragon God has 1900 HP, and we have to get through each one. So we're turning Surge green here in preparation for the next phase. Hopefully get, okay, nice. We got enough damage in to transfer the phase over. So next is the yellow phase. So Surge has already turned green, so he's already prepped. So we're just gonna Eagle Eye him and strengthen him.
I did that backwards. I can fix that. That doesn't. I just have to remember I did that backwards.
Yep.
So you'll notice Ray is doing one attack, because you don't want to do a 2-attack combo.
Yeah, so in enemies that have phase changes like the Dragon God here, if you do a combo attack like we're talking about, and it pushes them over, it will still not transfer the phase until you do another attack to it. So that's why we're pausing here. So here in the red phase, we're getting Surge set up with blue and turning the field blue and we also have Vigora. So it's doing a good amount of damage here. So
That was a lucky roll.
Yep, this is the most dangerous phase, actually, if it goes poorly. But we do have a plan here by turning Surge yellow, so he's going to do a lot more damage. You can skip this if you have like really good strength on Surge, but thankfully we can still get through this phase very quickly. So next is the blue phase. Thankfully we have this X-Strike.
I have to do this weird.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to get a little bit more stamina back on Glenn.
I can turn yellow the boss, right? That doesn't matter?
Just do it on Fargo.
On Fargo? Okay.
Yeah. Yep, so now we're gonna do an X-Strike, which is red, which is gonna do a lot of damage here. You just missed it.
Low damage roll?
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm just gonna poke it.
Should just take another poke.
And now Fargo has to Eagle Eye.
Yep, so we got the black phase here. So we're gonna get Surge back with Eagle Eye set up for this phase and the next, as well as turn Surge back white. Because we don't want him yellow. He'll be doing more damage as a white element character. We should be able to transition this phase.
That was very low damage.
Yeah. It's a little scary here. Hopefully the strengthen is probably going to wear out in this last phase, as well as an Eagle Eye eventually. We'll have it at least for the first attack. So this is the last phase. It's a white phase, so we're going to turn Surge black. We also need to get an extra black on the field here. So Fargo's going to use another oof.
I didn't equip it. Okay, that's... We can get through that.
Hopefully we can get enough damage in here. Okay, good.
There you go. Good job.
Whew, that was definitely scary because of that low strength
It was
damage rolls.
It was scuffed because I did something wrong, but I have enough experience on that fight.
Yeah.
I was like, I can fix this.
Switch it up.
Um,
And we ended 41.
At least you didn't get +2. So.
That's true.
Take
It
that,
didn't
fat
happen.
man.
We didn't
Take
get
that, fat man.
we didn't get the +2 on Dragon God. All right, this is going to be the last little bit of extra dialogue we get once we leave the tower. We're going to be in the boat, and Kid is going to say some stuff about taking fate into our own hands because, well, we destroyed fate. So I don't understand this cutscene. I don't know what it... So I've spent a lot of time trying to understand this game because I love this game. I do not understand the purpose of this cutscene.
Yeah.
It looks pretty, I guess.
I mean, they just didn't want it to fall apart. I mean, they just...
I believe it's related to the dragon race
Yeah, I think the implication is that the Terra Tower is a living creature because the Dragon God is a biocomputer and this is a dying. But I don't know what the story implications of this are, like what the tower dying means for what comes next. Because after this, we need to go fight the Time Devourer at the end of time because we need to stop it. Because if it gets its way, it's going to devour all of time and space. Every universe, every alternate universe, all of time will be devoured by the evolved Lavos if it can absorb Surge. So we have to go stop that. And this doesn't really affect that.
We have a $100 donation coming in from Takaze saying, "Hi, Ray."
Hi, Takaze. Fate is dead. From now on, us humans have to choose our own way in life. We have to take responsibility for the choices we make. Something's got to be done about the way we go around hurting and killing one another. Got to settle our differences once and for all. What's really important is what we do now. The issue ain't whether we defeat that bastard or not. I'm afraid that depending on how we go about it, we lose out on gaining something really precious. So the issue is the way we fight. And that's the extra dialogue we get for Saving Kid.
And thanks to again to all of our donors for making this Save Kid incentive happen.
And this is a good ending run, so we have to get the Chrono Cross. If you get the Chrono Cross before this, there's some extra dialogue in Terra Tower. So we get it afterwards just to avoid the extra dialogue. The like echoes of the characters from Chrono Trigger.
One last time.
Yeah, see how long this takes?
2 more
Oh,
times.
yeah, 2 more times, yeah.
Oh no, I wasn't far enough down. Oh,
Okay, that was good.
Okay. The echoes like of Chrono, Luca, and Marl in the tower, they go, you don't have the Chrono Cross yet if you didn't pick it up. But if you do, they give you extra hints about how to use the Chrono Cross to get the good ending, which takes longer. So we need to equip this to Surge. I need to heal Fargo because he died. There's the capsules. They moved. It's rude. So the way that this works is that you need to cast 6 elements in a sequence: yellow, red, green, blue, black, white, and then the Chrono Cross. And when the Chrono Cross is equipped, you get to see that sequence. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That's fine.
One last visit to Lizard Rock.
But the Time Devourer does not ever do anything other than cast elements. So it doesn't seem like that should be possible unless you could get the Time Devourer to help you, which its first element is always green, but after that it's not predictable. But if you know that elements only take 1 AP, you can set this up in a way so that the Time Devourer has 10 AP. You can cast 6 elements in a row. And the developers were aware that if you cast the correct 6 elements in a row and the boss got a turn, it would be impossible to get the good ending. So once you've cast the first 6, the boss's AI just disables itself and it will never take a turn until you cast another element and break the perfect 6 that you have cast. So we're going to get elemental levels on all the characters so that we have enough to do everything. And then if it doesn't take a turn, we'll defend. Then we're going to cast our yellow, red, green, blue, black, white, and the boss will skip its turn, and then we'll Chrono Cross. And if we weren't doing the good ending, what you would do is you do yellow, red, green, blue, black, white to disable the AI, and then just punch it to death until it dies, because it'll never take a turn. So that's yellow, red, green, and then Glenn's going to turn blue.
You need the black still.
Oh, I should have done that. I should have done the black with. You are right. I did not equip the black. I forgot. That's why the turn black on Fargo is more important than what we had there. Is we needed it to. Cast a black element. I could have maybe used black with Surge. And then white with Fargo?
I think Glenn has it. A black, right?
I think. Does Surge have a black? I think he has a black.
I think it's just white and yellow.
I know Glenn has a black.
Yeah, maybe.
So if I'd been thinking, I could have switched them, and I could have had Glenn do the black. Fargo do the blue, and then Glenn does the black.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But it's okay.
time is on the Chrono Cross being cast, the 7th cast.
Yeah. And the good ending is very long, and we're behind schedule. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to sit and watch the credits because there's a long delay between this and the credits. But the credits plays Radical Dreamers, which is a fantastic song, which you can listen if you donate, and you win the Chrono Cross OST. Hey, isn't that great?
There
I
you
got
go.
that plug in there.
Yeah, I donated that myself. So I have a copy of it, the Blu-ray, and it's great. It plays scenes from the game and the music at the same time.
I'm probably going to donate once the run's over. I want that. And then we turn white with Surge. And then everybody's negative stamina, but the boss won't take a turn because it disabled its AI. So we get the stamina refresh, Chrono Cross, time.
GG.
415 on the nose. Perfect. Okay. Well, I want to do some very quick shout outs. Thanks to everybody who made this possible. I made the first route, but so many other people came through later and made this run better. Evil Ash sitting next to me. Super handy at home. Name is escaping me. Starts with a C.
Carbon?
Carbon.
Yep.
Yeah, Carbon came through. And so many other people like Deeds on Host and other people who joined the community, done these runs. You're all great. Thanks for, just being great. I didn't know that a community had formed around this game, and then I came back and found a bunch of awesome people. So I'm glad to be here to run this for a great cause. Thanks, everybody. Did you two have shout-outs?
No, thanks for having me. It was a challenging but fun run.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's
Thanks for hanging out.
been a long time since I couched with you.
And
Didn't fall asleep this time.
Didn't fall asleep this time. Heck yeah.
The very, very simple explanation of the good ending is that Kid was trapped in the Time Devourer, and or Shayla was, and we freed her. Kid was created by Shayla so that she could be freed, and then there's a whole sequence about how the two worlds get reunited, but people don't remember except for Shayla and Surge. And she says it doesn't matter. She's going to keep searching for Kid. They'll find each other again one day. It doesn't matter what time, what world. And then it zooms up for a entry from her diary, and it shows a traditional Japanese wedding photo of the two of them. And then we get some scenes of Kid walking through modern Japan, assumedly looking for Surge. But that's the good ending. Thanks so much for helping us save Kid. And I'm going to call it there. Stay tuned. I don't remember what's next. What's next, Steeds?
Next, we have the Exile run.
Some working designs.
Hmm.
Exile, Wicked Phenomenon.
All right, so stay tuned for that. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Railcon, for such an amazing run of Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers Edition. I was your host, Silver Deeds. You can find me on Twitch, AG Deeds, or really anywhere on the internet. Next up, we've got Exile, Wicked Phenomenon coming up, being hosted by Creative Ellie. Thank you so much. This is my last host for this event. It's been such an honor getting to be here at RPG Limit Break for the first time being hosting. You all have been great. Have a good night.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Silver Deeds, for that introduction. As mentioned, I will be your host, Creative Ellie, for the next couple runs. I'll be hosting Exile, Wicked Phenomenon, as well as Eternal Sonata. And please stay tuned here. We're going to run some quick ads.